Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. It is ESL Mobile Open PUBG 4 Finals. I'm Leading Smith, and joining me for the first time we've cast together, which is incredible because we've both been in the scene for a good many years, is Imperium. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, incredibly excited to be casting with you. First time ever. Been a fan of yours right from the kind of League of Legends days all up to the PUBG PC now, Wild Rift, PUBG Mobile. And you're a veteran. You're a veteran. But yeah, indeed, these teams are ready to put on a show for us, D-Man.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a good look at what obviously is going on for today. If you've just joined us, well, hello and welcome for the first time. Obviously, we've been bringing you the highlights of PUBG Mobile throughout the recap shows, but for once, we're going to get here. If you missed them in the spring, these are the teams that qualified through. Reign were the #1 team on the first split, which generally makes them the favorites, I would say, coming into this one. Unicorns of Love, that was formerly known as Panda, getting picked up there. And then obviously we rattle down the teams. And one thing we should note, we're going to have two tip-top teams today.
Yeah, two tip-top teams. Let's see if one of them can be on the tippity-top of the ESL Mobile Open standings. I'm really looking forward to this fall finals because a good few of these teams are either competing in an upcoming major PUBG Mobile event called the PMPL or have competed in a one very recently. So Reign are formerly of Clash roster. They're under a different name. Unicorns of Love, as you said, formerly known as Panda. They won the previous PMPL. Destiny, an absolute giant in the world of European PUBG Mobile. Those three teams alone I'm really looking out for. And then down below, 12-18 deserve a valuable mention because they've just finished competing in the regular season of the PMPL CIS team, and where they finished 5th. The CIS region, they're known to be kind of one of the strongest regions, not only in the Western region, but in the whole world. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do in the finals today.
Absolutely stacked already, and that is only split 1. Of course, over on split 2, things were also going well. As I mentioned, another tip top, this time tip top Fate, tip top esports alongside them, Hydra, GMT, La Familia, Aliens Godsend in there as well. So a lot of new and old names.
Yes, definitely. La Familia, they recently competed in the EU wildcard PMCO, and they did great in the group stage, but they kind of crumbled in the finals with the pressure. I'm hoping that they've learned from that pressure, and they're going to be giving it a lot more into these games, because there's only 5 games, 5 chances for them to show what they've got to show us. Godsend, another CIS-based team, but they have struggled over the past couple of months. They played in the CIS PMCO. They didn't make it into the PMPL CIS, which was definitely a surprise. So they've gone a little bit backwards, but now is a time for them to redeem themselves. And just one quick shout out to Hydra, D-Man. The reason why is because they have a player in the roster, okay, called Bleak Snake. I casted him in the 2019 PMCO Spring Split wildcard region. So this guy has been around the block, and it's an absolute honor to be able to cast him again in this ESL Mobile Open Finals. When I saw it, I was like, oh my god, I know this guy. It's so cool.
A little bit of history. Let's have a look at the format that's going to be played out today. It is going to be 5 matches played out across all, and pretty much a standard, still 1 kill per point, 15, 12, 10, 8, down to 6, and then 1 for the last 5 places from 8th to 12th, and then a big fat 0 donuts for 13th down to 16th. Standard points we've seen in mobile.
Yeah, pretty standard indeed, my friend. It does make the kill points a lot more valuable when you're looking at across a 5-game region. Yes, a massive kind of chicken dinner will bring a big impact into your team's position in the standings, but it's about getting those kind of 5 to 10 kill points on board, because you don't want to rely on that first place. Every team technically has a 1 in 16 chance of getting a chicken dinner, but you have a much higher chance of getting 4 to 6 to 8 kills in that game if you play it right, if you play it aggressively, if you control these games. So I'm looking out for the teams who are aggressive across these 5 games.
Absolutely, all about that kill count. Let's see how, of course, it's going to play out tonight. We're starting things off over on the old tried and tested Erangel, then a quick trip to Miramar in the desert, and over to the jungles of Sanhok, and then we return once again in game 4 over to Erangel and finish off the night, as you can see, on Miramar. A trip to finish on, I think.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a fan of these kind of tournaments, throwing a bit of a curveball in the mix in terms of the end game, because it is the most important game. It's do or die. You can lay the foundations right across the first 4 games, but if you don't seal the deal, wrap the bow around that present that is the first place of the ESL finals, you're not getting it done. And most teams are used to a wrangle, but bringing that Miramar into the mix, which is, you know, from your experience casting PUBG and of course PUBG Mobile with your analysis, it is a very, very hard map to control with its vast open areas.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, and honestly very tough. In a best of 5 format, it really is quite open to all 16 teams. I've got to be honest. You can have as many favorite teams as you want, but you just have someone has a good day, someone has a bad day. We've all seen these days where someone suddenly pops off and gets 3 chicken dinners out of nowhere, runs away with it. Who knows what will happen? Of course, as game 1 is going to set up for us in the background. You got any favorites in there, Imperium? Obviously, we can look at they brought to the table, what they brought to obviously the PMCOs and going into the PMPLs as well.
Yeah, definitely. It has to be Unicorns of Love. It's that kind of fantastic half roster of the Panda crew that won, as I said, the previous PMPL EU. But they have the experience of Rolkus, who competed in last year's PM, or technically this year's PMGC, and they have also the yeah, and they have the fragging power of Fresh, who played in the last PMPL with Destiny, and he is an absolute dangerous human being if I've ever seen them. I've been over to the Unicorns of Love house, and I've communicated with the players. One thing that they're still looking to improve that worries me for this ESL finals is their communication, because they have that kind of mix of Chinese players and kind of English speaking players, and that can get in their way. But I know it's something that they've been aware of and they're looking to improve.
Yeah, they were the kill scorers as well. 427 kills and 15 chicken dinners in qualifiers, and I believe game one is ready. I think I just got told, but I believe it is, which means we're going to be dropping into the green field. Now, these guys, from what I've been told, have had some scrims, so it might not be as chaotic as we're expecting, because you never know. When you throw 16 teams from different regions, different areas,
yes,
that met each other, you know, the sportsman deal of, I will drop into Milta, you will go over there in Rozhok, like, all that's out the window.
It's true. It's so true. And I highlighted how a good few of these teams are used to each other in terms of whether it's PMCOs, PMPLs, or just various tournaments across Europe. But it's the variables of the unknown teams, the Hydras, the GMT esports, even the La Familias, and how they're going to have an impact on some of the teams that we're going to be looking up at the top of the standings. I as much as I don't want to see silly aggression in the early parts of a game, I do want to see that level of not taking a passive. It's common in the first game of a tournament or the first game of a finals, teams will play passive because they're trying to just feed each other out, get some information, become, you know, just a little bit more fluid, right? But I want to see what team is going to take control, take the bull by the horns, D-Man, and lead us to victory in game one.
Yeah, and when you've only got 5 games to play, you cannot really afford to be passive. You can't see it back, you know. I know it can be tricky because, of course, if you both, you know, I don't know, two, 3 teams drop a chink, then yes, the choice may be better off to fall away. I don't know, go to Grozak, so you know, just fall away from it, go somewhere else. But if you do that, you've immediately put at a disadvantage. But of course, you know, if you go and lose all 4 players, then you're kind of out of it early with a big fat 0. So, you know, it's very tricky for some of these teams. I feel we're probably going to have a couple of clashes. It's going to be very interesting to see whether the Observer can keep up with things.
For sure. And one kind of word that I've been using quite a bit when I'm looking at tournaments and I'm doing a little bit of analysis myself is playing with purpose, D-Man. A lot of teams maybe move to a position, or they you know, kind of reposition from a circle shift for the sake of it. Whereas the kind of teams that play with purpose and they move to a point, whether it's for safety or whether it is to really control that area, if you're able to do that with purpose, that puts you in a much better position than the teams that are kind of scratching their head or looks like they're running around like headless chickens. So I'm really looking for the teams to play with confidence, play with purpose, and just to play their own game as well, because some teams are passive. That's something we'll always have to consider, D-Man. It's just doing it to the best of their ability.
Objective control, as I'd be calling it at the weekend, but pretty much the same sort of thing within PUBG Mobile. You know, everybody's got their own sort of favorite compounds that they like, or areas that they maybe try and catch a team off guard. You know, it's really going to be obviously very interesting to see how they handle rotations, when they pop and where they pop, because everybody's got their own sort of favorite routes out there that, you know, when it's the more known teams, people will have researched that. Maybe they'll try and catch them off guard. Who knows?
That is very, very true. That is, I couldn't have said that better myself. You highlighted about circles. I'm hoping we don't get a circle ending like we saw in the ESL Mobile Open NA finals. That would be well, actually, to be fair, from our point of view,
it's entertaining. That's for sure.
But from a player point of view, it would be a massive kick in the face.
Yeah, it for that circle. I mean, I've been lucky enough to cast a circle similar to that before. You know, goes onto the island a few times, and the problem is, from a casting point of view, it's fantastic for like the first 3 circles, and then it kind of just goes dead because everyone's just either swimming across or just sat waiting to cross, and then it just everything happens, and then usually the final sort of 3 circles, there's nothing really happening because everyone's all dead or just waiting to camp.
Yeah, exactly. And the circle shifts is something that the teams can't control. So when I'm looking at teams in terms of being aware of the next circle popping up, that their reaction is pretty swift if they feel it needs to be. For some teams, based on their position and based on their circle shift, it can be at times better for them to wait it out and to kind of allow the teams in front of them to go ahead. They come in from the back, do a little bit of third partying here or there. But for teams in kind of the first 3 circles, when they're close to the edge, or if they're even already inside the circle, that next shift comes, they're instantly reacting to it and they're going exactly where they know they'll be able to control.
Yeah, with just 5 games, will the edge circle be the benefit? Will going center early on pay off? Well, I can tell you we're about 30 seconds out from the game, which is one we're excited for. All right, come on, Imperial. Put your money where your mouth is. You got 5 games. Who's going to come out on top?
What, in the whole thing or this game 1?
Yeah, the whole thing. The whole thing.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on.
Just pick a name.
Okay, I picked them up. I'm going to have to say Unicorns of Love.
Right, there we go. Unicorns of Love. Big favorite this one. I guess, you know, we may as well talk about Rain because they were the number 1 team coming in. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to the green fields. And oh, my word, that is a horrible plane to start off. We get 5 games in these grand finals, and cutting straight across Milta down to the Primorsk is just about the worst plane you can hope. Any team that has to go north has a horrible task ahead of them.
Well, you know, to include a beautiful pun, when it rains, it pours, and that plane path is certainly pouring down on the teams that do want to go north. It's great if you want to head down south. It's great if you want to go to Military Island, or even if you have that secondary drop spot. So a team that likes to go to Severny, it's very common, D-Man, that they're going to have that secondary drop spot in Primorsk for this kind of playing path. Teams will have to be aware that comparative to the Phase 1, there's more than likely going to be a lot more traffic on that southern half of the circle. So I'm curious to see who's going to react to that a lot more. For the time being, so far so good with the teams dropping down.
Yeah, and that's you pretty much knocked the nail on the head. The in-game leader needs to basically pay attention of saying, okay, if the circle does go somewhere over here, we're going to expect a lot more rotations to come in and around that side. Rain straight in there. So they're going into shelter, just looking at Destiny and actually nearby them. But no two worries there. Hydra, they're happy to take Milton. Don't look like they're going to get challenged. There is a challenge in Sosnovka on the military base. There's 2 teams within there. Everybody else seems set. There's a bit of a spread down on the coastline, but I'm looking at these parachutes. There's quite a lot of people that want to go up to Georgia Ball, it seems.
D-Man, that Phase 1 circle.
Oh, I didn't even look. I wasn't even looking at the circle. I mean, straight onto Milton.
At a military island circle for game 1 of the Mobile Open Finals. Hell to the frickin' yeah. It seems like the look of the Irish, the blood inside me has reaped the benefit, the rewards of this game 1. I'm a bit of a sadistic. I love the fact that we're seeing this kind of Phase 1. But I also say, D-Man, that a military island circle is often one of the biggest tests for a team rotationally. It's one of the biggest tests for an IGL on how they play into that Phase 1 circle. There's 2 road entry points, right? The Western Bridge and the Eastern Bridge. But there's also the botations. Who's going to pull off a botation? Who's going to be crafty with their ability to move to the southern side of the island and kind of play that big brain movement?
Yeah, I'm looking at alien side maybe of Lipovka. I mean, there's still 3 teams transitioning up to Georgia Pol. they are going to have a very late. They're going to be coming in on the back of the circle as late as they can. I do wonder whether, I'm seeing Godsent with a big split. You can see they've got 3 players look like they've gone into Georgia Ball, sort of looking at crates at the moment. I'm judging by the position. But you can see they've also kept one in Groza. So I'm just, and Gatka, sorry, Groza. I'm happy if he's got a Groza, that's for sure.
I know, right?
Tim and Gatka. Whereas I'm looking at, say, is it Beans? I can't even see what their name is, the blue name. They've obviously, Bees team, immediately if they dropped on Ferry Pier and said, you know what, screw it. Let's get straight over there. Let's get straight onto the island. I do like the fact that the 2 teams that dropped onto the island have immediately split as well. They didn't engage. You talked about this at the start, playing pretty passive at the start because you can't win a game in the first few minutes, but you can certainly lose it.
Well, you also hit the nail on the head as well when you highlighted about possibly 2-3 teams dropping in Pachinki, and it's often better just to kind of move away early on, and that's the case with those 2 teams in Military Island. What I like about Destiny is that they reacted to that phase 1 circle perfectly. They normally dropped to Severny, and they were on their way until phase 1 popped up, and then they're like, nope, screw this. It's going to take too long to head to Severny to loot up. We'll end up getting pinched. We'll end up losing information. Let's just head into the Military Island while we can, while there's freedom, and we'll loot up that area. I really hope they are rewarded with a lot of control in the first couple of circles, because that decision from the IGL Mihi is fantastic.
Well, as you can see, many of them charging across. Bees know that the bridge is safe. They've got both sides of it covered up, and I do wonder whether they're going to try and set up for a camping around here. They're going to be pretty low on loot. They didn't have the fastest loot session, which is why you can see at the moment. But actually, to be fair, he's found a tier 3 vest, so he's actually pretty happy overall.
I also made a low-key mistake when I mentioned about Fresh playing last PMWI with Destiny. He did PMPL. He actually played the PMWI event, the charity event with Destiny. But my point is, at least with Fresh as a player, he's extremely dangerous across the board. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do in this game. We're seeing teams starting to move into the island. Rain pulling off an early rotation on towards that kind of mainland area of the Eastern Bridge, being cautious as the blue zone starts to close in. We're at that point where the blue zone is starting to move in, D-Man, and the likes of 1218, they're probably better off, along with Unicorn Love, waiting until phase 2 pops up to really kind of solidify themselves into the circle. It's very tricky, but they definitely can't pull off an early game rotation into Military Island. It's too late.
In fire, that is actually on the, they are on the, it's actually fire from Sosnovka, that is, that's coming from. So it's set themselves up. That is the forward scout. You can already hear they're going to manage to catch one down. Evil Boy picked off there. That's going to be as they try and cross the river, coming in on the boats there on the island. So you can see immediately trying to line up this one. Papula putting the damage down, but not connecting there. But as you mentioned, just going back to your point there, obviously the blue is not that strong in Circle 1. So it's not possible. If you find enough health kits out there, you should be fine. Tank up those med kits and just tank it through. And I think that's probably what, as you say, all the teams that went into North Georgia Pole, South Georgia Pole, in and around crates, these guys are going to be waiting it out. They're still going to come down, probably, as they say, just wait for Circle 2. See if it stays on the mainland or see if it moves fully over to the island.
X90, they're going for a rotation on the southwestern side of the mainland. X9, I really hope that works out for them. Destiny's Wave is going to push in, though, D-Man. This is it. They want to get aggressive across this area, and Beast opens things up quite nicely with a knock. That's it. Kill confirmed.
It's the danger of the split, isn't it? It's the danger of having I think they've gone with a bit of a greedy 2-1-1 split there, trying to hold as much real estate as they can. And Rain obviously read the danger well there, just with 3, immediately just charging down. The way, obviously, you do that, if you do get a knock, you're going to get the follow-up. So it doesn't matter. You can always get in there, revive your teammates, and make sure you take control. So nice push from them early on.
Yeah, they have had a player knocked down at the hands of Hydra, but I don't know how they're going to look to respond and if they're going to, of course, look for that revive. I don't know if that Hydra player is able to confirm that kill across the board. No, it's not the case. Beast is going to take those shots with the DP28. Leon is able to survive for the time being. Times is going to confirm that one up, but the rest of Hydra are looking to put Destiny under a hell of a lot of pressure, D-Man.
Yeah, Times in all sorts of trouble here. That boogie is not going to save him too much. And you can see Times actually just did himself with a nade there. That is not what you want. It leaves Swave and Beast here that we're looking at in all kinds of trouble. We are going to get the revive in onto Mishi there, the smoke down. But I think Hydra are going to push on this. They're going to try and finish off Times. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from that one. He has managed to get the revive in on Mishi, so just going to lay down as much smoke as he can. But look at the flank as well, coming from Bleak from Hydra, getting right deep around the side.
Lino confirms the kill onto Times, and I get that Hydra were going for the revive onto their fourth player, but to me that was possibly a bit of a mistake, and it's something that teams often make, D-Man, where they try to go for the revive instead of thinking, okay, well, there's been a counter knock. We've been able to push forward. Why not take the fight? We know that we've gotten 2 knocks on board. We have the body advantage, take the 3v2. Whereas what has happened is, although they survived as a full squad, they've allowed Destiny to survive as a 3-man team. And that could come to bite them in the butt later on in the game. So when you have an opportunity to get a squad wipe, take it.
Tricky stuff. Look at that second circle. It's still very much a 50-50. It's like, is it staying on the mainland? Will it go to Sosnovka? The center point, if you will look at it, is pretty much where bees are right now, which is not great territory if you're one of the teams in the north, or certainly the south, which is where we saw Hydra obviously making that adjustment there. As O1D has a little peek, that's going to be Nazir just on top of the shack there. Got a good view over towards that bridge where bees are currently residing. So just checking out, and this leaves a real tough decision for the IGLs now. From Circle 2 to pop like that, they're still going to have to stay in the mainland.
Yeah, you're dead right there. However, because it's gone over to the west, it does open up the eastern bridge for a little bit more of a wider rotation. Like you mentioned with Phase 1 Blue Zone, Phase 2, Phase 3 isn't really that damaging. You can chunk it up for quite a bit of time. So that eastern bridge being open for a wider rotation is definitely valuable for the teams who are sticking to the mainland.
Azza just got tagged and finished there for Rain. As you can see, they are going to get the revenge kill. So that's happened on the south side of Sosnovka. I think that's where they were a moment ago. But you were talking about the fact is, you know, X9 putting the damage down on them. Hopefully we'll join that in a moment because O1D. I love seeing Nazir. You know, don't get me wrong. I like his shack play, but here we are, Rain down low. And Trazen gets knocked as well. And will get finished off. Dark Boy in the end will get the flush as well. So they're going to get the revive in on Trazen. That means they just lost Azir. They should be okay now.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a good engagement, and it's a very important engagement for Rain early on in this game. The reason why is because that southern kind of position they're in by the beach line of the military island, if the circle encroaches on that area a lot more heavily, it's at risk of being third, fourth party. So getting a squad wipe early on not only kind of frees up space, but it just takes a bit more space for Rain to control. It allows them to focus more heavily on the teams coming in via the Phase 3 shift. So that's really proactive controlling play from Rain early on. It's what I'm looking to see, and not surprised from the team that finished first in the first split.
Let's see, Shadow just keeping his vehicle safe. Let's have a look towards somewhere around the north. I did see Godsent, actually. I think I saw him get 2 knocks. They're, of course, on the north side. They're still on the mainland. They were one of the teams that stayed in and around the crates area it was. And you can see they've now got themselves positioned alongside a few other teams. They're all come down from George just outside the blue at the moment. You can see Godsent just trying to position, and there's the circle shift. Yeah, it pulls onto Sosnovka. That makes the decision for them. That west bridge is going to be nasty.
no-go area for the teams who are in the mainland. Absolutely no-go. It's going to be hard enough to enter from anywhere, to be fair, but especially from that Western Island. 12-18, they're pushing on up. I highlighted them as one of the stronger teams, being from the CIS region, finishing 5th. But Zakanafor, he pushes a little bit too far forward, and he gets knocked for his troubles. CPDD, a few of the tip-top players played in the recent PMCO EU wildcard, so they have an element of experience, but I don't think they faced such a team as 12-18 before, and they're going to feel the brunt of the full power of CIS as they play it together. The pre-fire shots, another knock comes in. This is a beautiful one by 12-18.
Can't get the angle on him, and his teammate comes in as he empties the clip, trying to get the angle. His teammate swings in beautifully. But 12-18 lose 2 players in the process, but that will be a team wipe as far as I can tell. Beautifully done. No, because Langs is still there. They haven't flushed him out, and now it's a 1v1.
Why was Evo Station looting up when your teammate is pushing in? You gotta have that synergy. Together you push. United we stand, and that's gonna be the 1v1 win.
Stole it.
The pre-fire.
No, third party. It was third party. Godson got involved and stole it away. And I wonder if they're going to push this as well. That's pretty dangerous for Tip Top. And they realize, obviously, Tip Top Esports just making Thor. I think they were maybe just passing by, but now they're going to realize, you know what? That's potentially 8 loots up there that we could get. Are they just going to go for position? I think they are. I think they're going to go for position rather than trying to hunt down the single kill.
Also, maybe they're not 100% sure if there's someone up there because they took the kill away, but I understand where they're coming from. For the most part, they are playing for kind of position. It's at risk. You can see bees camping the bridge, sending Godsent into the water, desperately trying to survive. They make it onto the mainland. They're going to drive away, but it's a double knock from one of the other bees players. They have that bridge camp pulled off beautifully, bees.
Trying to get away with it. Hydra just lost someone in transition there. And yeah, that's going to be finished off as well. So not able to get the revive in, and Godsent do lose 2 more in rotation. They are falling to the wayside. It's always so risky coming in late like that, coming in across the bridge. There's so many eyes trained on you. Somebody's trying on the boat, and Godsent, well, they've still got 2 players alive, and Nuggets finds himself the boat.
Like, it was a silly idea for Godsent to try and send out across the Western Bridge. I said that there's a massive risk. It's a bit of a no-go area. They survive as 2. They're committed to it, and that's one thing I'll respect. At least they're moving with purpose. They know where they want to go, even if it's not the best decision in my eyes. Phase 4 is shifted down. They're now going for the push. Psycho and Nuggets together. They're moving around. Avoiding Unicorn's Love, they might pay the price.
Hydra taking so much damage trying to get in the house, but he has managed to get hold of it. If he had to get in and get himself healed off there, but the rest of the team come through. Here's Destiny as well. Lost that player earlier on. 2 down, knocked as well. Swathe, the last man standing. This has not gone well for him. I think it's Alien Esports that's in and around him at the moment. He's going to try and get that molly through. Oh, they've been finished off as well, and that leaves Swathe all alone right now. They know where he is, and down he goes. And look at that. They go down, what was that, 13th place.
They got a couple of kills, a bit of hesitation from Swave. You either look to go for the revive or you look to really go for a push. It was tricky. At the end of the day, they get taken down. SM out of the lobby early on. We're looking at Reigns on the western edge of the circle. 5 kills so far this game. Only lost Azure, so great return on investment. And they look down the hill towards the players of Hydra. We're staying inside the building. Gonna wait for this circle to pop up. You have Bleak in one building across the road. That's a pretty solid anchor point for the next circle. But 0-1D, they could definitely hold back Hydra.
Strong positioning as the circle update came through. We've all seen these military circles so many times, which is why they fight so fiercely for some of these compounds, because they know that's likely to be where it will end up there. Rain, a knock on him. Alien Esports also got a knock player, so you can see Ray's going to get out there and try and get the revive in. A risky revive without any smokes, but looks like he's going to get away with it.
Yeah, be able to get that revive behind the walls. Just 2 of them left standing. They do have a bit of a okay spot on the edge of the circle, but really not too far to go based on the next shift when it does pop up. Bees are now going to push in on towards the members of La Familia. I believe it's just one player up for La Familia that's wasted across the road. Paki 98 knocked down. It's not looking good for the Italian side.
Yeah, and this is, are they either side of the wall? I think they are. You can see they're camping sat ready at the top of the stairs, and they're going to try and burst out here. La Familia have this crossfire. I don't think they're going to be able to get across and help their teammate there. You can see bleeding out, no way of really getting involved there. Alien Esports just a bit of a hopeful one through the smoke there, but I did see Bees just picking themselves up another knock. They've been holding out that camp effectively in and around the bridge from the very beginning. They have to move the way in. That's fun knock he's found there. That spray has paid off.
Absolutely lovely. When you see smokes, you should predict somebody being around that area. Lovely. And now Unicorns of Love are going to come into third party to take down the French side of Reign and finish the reign in this game one of the ESL Mobile Open EU and MENA finals. But Unicorns of Love, because they're coming in late, might not be aware of that kind of third party, so to speak, or the side of Alien Esports coming in from the side, but they're able to hold on 1 kill so far. Still 12 teams with only 38 players alive. Make that 30.
Oh, it's pulling right onto the plains, isn't it? That's horrible. So much open terrain there for them to get across. And this is looking great for Fate. They have 4 players alive in the same area. So Tip Top, Fate looking like a fantastic setup for them. They were the #1 team for the second split, and they're looking to try and capitalize here.
Great spread from Tip Top Fate as a full squad still up in this game. Hydra, 7 Leon taking the shot towards 0-1D. 3 players inside the building holding on to the edge of the circle. Rokas gets knocked by Alien. Fantastic play by Rhea, hovering along that kind of edge of circle wonderfully, but maybe speaking to
revenge.
XC gets a return knock.
Yeah, and at the same time that Rolkis got knocked, I think he knocked Shadow from Terrain as well. So he was lining up for something else. The third party going big, and this time XT will finish it off as well. Godsent, meanwhile, looks like they are being sent packing as Nuggets goes down. Now Tip against Tip Top Esports. It's a Tip Top battle, no doubt about it. They are going back and forward, and Langs will go down. That's going to be Tip Top Esports finished off. If you remember, they got took down at the Lighthouse. Langs was the last man standing.
Now, 10 teams left, 25 players. Tip Top Fate, great position in the circle, but 0 kills as of yet. So right now, their kind of standpoint is relying a little bit on that top 3 finishing position, unless they start to rack up 4 to 5 kills. GMT coming in from the east. They're being put under a little bit more pressure by the side of OP. But for the time being, GMT looking solid inside the hollow area of Military Island by those planes.
So you can see Godsent. They got the smokes. They got everything covering off, trying to get themselves safety. At the moment, I think if you're on the outside of that fence, you're in trouble. Yes, you can get up to it. Bees have rotated, so they've come all the way around and managed to get themselves in there. If you remember, they were back on the beachhead, effectively covering off that, and they are outside of this next circle, so they really need to get pushing up to the next plane. But the problem is they're covered off from so many angles. Here comes Hydra, and this is the danger now. If you're playing edge, everybody is looking at you.
Oh, but the circle shifts massively over to the west, so it puts pressure on the GMT and Tip Top Fate, who are going to have to really gatekeep the players of GMT. You've got the road split down the middle. D-Man, this is crazy. Now, the good thing is that by the road, in between the road and the fence, there is a little bit of a low ground kind of dip where you can't stay prone down, but opting to go to that position, the timing is going to be imperative.
Yes, when you see a hard shift at Circle 6, you know it's going to cause so many problems. Tip Top Fate falling. They try and transition, and it's not worked out for them. GMT just pick them apart. 3 members down. I think there's only 1 standing for them. Meanwhile, the Bees, they know that it's actually gone there. Their late rotation has absolutely paid dividends. They got 4 alive here. They managed to pick up the 6 already in from the bridge camp. It has paid off for them. They've just got an idea that wasted is there, but they can't quite see a silhouette. But GMT are getting some damage done.
Take your time, Bees. You had this under control. Waste. It goes down. Bees picks up that kill. Another one for them. And Tip Top Fate unable, as you see in the kill feed, to really kind of hold back GMT, pushing in from the edge. I believe Tip Top Fate have one player left. They might be out of this game.
No,
16 left,
yep.
17 players.
Yeah, they went out there. That was, and I don't think they got a kill. You know, I got to be honest. They may have got 6th or 7th place there. That's not how you want to go in.
Whoa!
But XT just turns it on them, and that is a horrible ball.
no,
He
no.
will fall down in the end, but he got himself the double flush in there. Now Psycho's in trouble. XT was the one he took out, so it was the third party in the end from Psycho Godsend, who've got themselves into the top 5 from doing that.
Oh my god, this game is crazy, and it's only game 1. We're gonna have 4 more after this. GMT 5 kills so far, doing a wonderful job of pushing in. See, they're doing what I said about that kind of little bit of a dip, so they're protected for the teams on the southern edge of the phase 6. They're protected from even from the teams on the north, which is right now Bees, and this is a valuable position for GMT.
That crate has just given them some excellent cover. That's given them a chance to move forward. That's what they were looking for. It was either they moved cars there or they got the crate. Now you can see Godsend on the south side. Where's this circle going to go? The pull now will really tell the difference. There's still a few teams with 4 alive. GMTBs, they're looking fantastic here, but if it pulls away from him, if it goes the other side of this rose and pulls out of the military camp, it is going to be devastating. Oh, it has! It's gone south!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Godsend have been gifted a little bit of relief on this circle shift. It's not over yet. GMT have done a wonderful job of reacting to these circle shifts. Having 2 on one side of the fence, 2 on the other in the previous circle, and now as it shifted down south, they've gone for all 4 on the wall side, but they can't stand up too much. Bees are behind them. They're still back up as a full squad. 0-1D equals third party as well.
GMT looking to deliver here, and they have a prime position. They do have 1 knock, though, so that's going to cost some. Godsend also on the edge of that circle could be a problem, but there's a Beast player going down. That's 1 knock. Shabazz also taking very low. Has hurt. They've got to try and get their revive, and you can see they're really struggling to crawl in. They have to move in with the vehicle. They need some form of cover because there's nothing there for them.
Oh my god, Bees, he gets himself knocked down. GMT take that kill away. Bees are down to 2, they've nowhere to run, but Sheriff is being put down to a little bit of misery. 0-1D waiting on the northwestern edge of the circle.
I can't believe how much third party and Godsend are getting done in this game. Nuggets gets himself another one there. And oh no, they're going to crawl straight through the smoke. Straight into 0-1D. Shitos will get himself 1 down. Shabazz will fall. And Bees will go down in 4th place. And Godsend stick themselves another one. It's Nuggets once again. He has been stealing kills left center, but GMT with 4 alive. This is surely theirs to win.
That's why that fence dip was so important for GMT 2 circles ago. They forced Bees to go for that push across the road, but now they are in a position where they have to make a bit of a match. They go for the bait. Rhino stands up and gets a knock.
Sheriff down. They've got another one down, but that's a great nade, and they can form that. The problem is that Godsend are going to be offering that support. They do manage to get Rhino finished off there. It does go down as well, but Psycho delivers, and Godsend once again are popping off, and they may be able to take it here. Just remember their charge across the bridge. Godsend were sent packing by Bees. They've dealt the blow to Bees, and now it's GMT that are suffering. They've got 3 alive. No, make it 2. It's a straight up 2v2 now.
I gotta give credit to GMT. It was always going to be difficult pushing across the road. They got the squad wipe. They're on 8 kills, but Godsend, they have all the control.
The circle goes. The GMT have to leave their cover. Did they use all the smoke? The mark 19 not going to do enough for him. Ghost is just going to try and lay out as many nades as he can and just hope that he connects with something. But Psycho, we can see, is far deeper down there. Risks to stand, have to use the molly here. Nuggets smoked up so they know where he is, but it's Psycho's position that they're trying to flush out. kills for Godsent. They've got a perfect little pincer split here, and it is going to be a shooting gallery as they come across the road. Down guys Ghost, Slow-Mo in trouble. It will be Godsent that take game one. Unbelievable stuff from the two-man squad that was left as they reached onto Sosnovka, and as you can see, it is a 12-kill game for them. Fantastic game.
Say what you want in terms of having the circle in your favor. It takes a hell of a lot to control it, especially as a duo. Godsent, they did it perfectly.
Absolutely fantastic. I don't think we could hope for a better first game. We were talking about the North American circles and Miramar sending it into in the fifth game. We're hoping we don't get that because Miramar will be coming up next. But you know what? With the way the playing path went, it was set up for Sosnovka from the start. But what a brutal finish. Everybody that committed camp butchered.
Yeah, just got absolutely bruised, broken. And yeah, okay, I said it was a bad idea for Godsent to send on the Western Bridge. But again, that's why I mentioned with purpose, because they knew what they wanted to do, where they wanted to go, and they got their just desserts. Fair play to them.
Excellent stuff. Let's go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll set ourselves up for Miramar.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The ESL Mobile Open for PUBG, and the four finals are delivering already. I'm D-Man, this is Imperium, and what a first game we had there, finishing off a low plane, a Sosnovka circle, just carnage in general in military camp.
Like, at least the players can't say the phase one didn't complement the play
True,
path.
yeah.
But my God, Military Island for the first game of the day. On one hand, as you look at the highlights, it didn't hover between the mainland and the Military Island for too long. I think it was phase 3 where it kind of really solidified onto the Military Island. But it did, of course, still make those rotations very difficult. And I said that it's a very big test, and indeed it was.
The chaos that happened up at the Lighthouse, Teen and Tip Top Esports both falling early. Well, actually, Tip Top Esports survived a little longer, but this is what you're saying. He's looting. He's looting. Why was he looting?
Yeah,
his teammates still hadn't finished them off. I think whether they thought they'd got them all, I don't know. But, oh, yeah, that's criminal.
Well, like, so in the kill feed system for the players, when you get a knock, it has your player knocked, team something, player something, right? So the only way you absolutely know it's either a confirmed kill or a confirmed squad wipe is if you have that on your kill feed. So there's no excuse for him looting up. They should have known that there is still a player from the team left, and definitely a bad mistake from 12-18. But this is GMT really doing such a good job of pushing these into the other side. Then they were forced into that kind of 2v2 across the road, and Godsend just cleaned it all up.
Yes, fantastic work for them, no doubt about it. Psycho, I think, collecting himself 6 kills overall. Absolutely displaying. You know, they had that position. It was a risky move for them. Obviously, with Lubomir and Shizaz dying early, it was all down to Nuggets and Psycho, really, that were just delivering there. If you remember, cast your mind back. You know, actually, they were, as we saw that Lighthouse, they were the ones that stole one of the kills, actually. They confirmed it on 12-18. And then they sent it over the island. They got caught out by bees. They had to launch it across into the beachhead. They picked themselves up 2 kills down on the beach while losing 2 players. They blew up one of those boats. They just went for that wide rotate around the island and pulled in slowly on the edge, and it paid off for them. And, you know, it could have been very different, right? We said, if it pulls away from the planes, pulls away from the military center, it can be very hard to get past that fence line. Then you've got to take this bare-ass naked run over the road and hope you've got enough smokes to cover the way.
Yeah, and that's why even when you saw in the highlights, those final moments with Psycho peeking, shooting, that is just a blueprint of how Godsend played the whole late game. They didn't overextend. They didn't kind of stay too passive. They were just being aware, gathering a little bit of information here, using that kind of TPP perspective to their advantage, but they were playing with so much confidence. And I'll always say TPP definitely makes it technically easier to get information, but there's no point in having that information if you don't use it to your advantage. A team that didn't do that, and we were kind of talking about it during the break, was Tip Top Fate. They had a fantastic position by the planes. They had a lovely spread. The circle shifts. They're on the edge of the circle. They do nothing about it. GMT comes in and pretty much takes them out.
Yeah, I don't think they got a kill. I don't think they got a kill. I would have to double check it when the scoreboard gets set up. But they got 6 plays. But no, they got 1 kill. They got 1 kill, as far as I can tell. I think that was it. So, no, it's 0 kills. It's 0 kills. It's 8 points from positions, of course, because they got the positional points. That's fine. You know what? But sometimes you're in that spot, everything's happening around you, and you just can't get involved. And that's what it was. But like you say, like if they'd have got involved a little bit earlier, we'd have been talking about them in second place as opposed to GMT.
Well, yes and no. When the circle is centering around the planes, yes, I would definitely understand where it's difficult to be super proactive because there's still multiple angles that you can get shot from. But when that circle shifted to where they were on the edge but still inside the circle, the first thing they have to look at is who is behind them. If there's a team behind them, you need to shut them down. That's what they didn't do. So in the first kind of 3-4, I think it was kind of 5 circles, yeah, fair enough, be a little bit more passive. But when it gets to that shift where you need to make it count, where you need to control that end game, Tip Top Fate didn't do that. And I'm just gonna, you know, highlight that a little bit more heavily. Hopefully they'll learn for game 2.
They got 8th. They got 8th, so they actually only got 1 point. They got 1 point from that, and they were in a brilliant position. Oh my god, that is painful. That is painful because, you know, they got basically anyone that got all the kills out there. I mean, bearing in mind, obviously, we're talking about Godsend. They pulled in a cool 25 points for the first game. And we talk about this, there is only 5 maps. That is it, which is very short for a PUBG tournament finals. And well, we've only got 4 to go now. So this is already looking good for Godsend. A great start for them, for the 2 players, I should say. And let's not forget, they went to George Ball Crates. They took that long excursion up north. They sat it out in the blue. They toughed it out. And, you know, all credit to them to go over the West Bridge when they did. They were very lucky to get away with it.
Yeah, they were definitely lucky to get away with it, but it's all about how you kind of turn your game around, and they turned it around in the best way possible. Moving on to Miramar, though, D-Man, it is a map that is a lot less forgiving for a team that lose a player or 2 early on. It's a much harder map to kind of grab that strong result as a duo. It's possible, but I know for a fact it's going to be a lot harder. So I'm looking, if Godsend want to continue the trend of being on top, they're going to have to keep all 4 players alive, control their area, create that spread, and move with purpose right into the very end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was like the perfect scenario for Godsend, stuck behind, split in the rock. I mean, if anyone would have got knocked, that would have put them in real trouble because they no way they would have supported each other. And they had this like open run. It kind of played into their hands. As you say, in Miramar, you generally can't get away with that because it's a much bigger area that you've got to cover. You really want to have minimum 3 alive coming towards those final circles, where you tend to see those teams. Of course, it is all that will reward you if you can rotate well, because it is a huge map and you need to pick your route to make sure you get to the right place. You know, plane dependent, we have a south plane this time over on Erangel. Maybe we'll have something funky, or maybe it'll just be kind and go straight down the middle.
I'm hoping it does go straight down the middle, because I am an advocate for a solid plane path, a solid phase 1 circle, because that's where the excuses, so to speak, go out the window. That's where there's kind of like, no, the only thing that's going to be a cost to you going out early is kind of your own mistake, so to speak. For this game too, I'm looking at Destiny. I'm looking at Unicorns of Love. Back in the PMPL EU Spring Split, the Panda team, who's now basically for the most part Unicorns of Love, really were able to manipulate the teams around them and spread out and control their area of the circle wonderfully for so many of those Miramar games. I'm looking to see that trend continue in this game too.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And also going back to the plane paths, generally, especially for Miramar, most people will have a backup drop location, so there's not really any excuse for it, but we will find and see how it goes. The game's ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2, Miramar. We have Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar. 4 more games to go. It's going to be a very quick night, I feel, especially with some of the pace that these games will go. And it is just about the perfect plane path you can hope for, unless you are going to Cruz del Valle or Al Azhar. It's going to be a bit of a long journey for you, but generally across the middle, most are happy.
Mwah! Chef's kiss in my eyes. Absolute fantastic plane path for this Miramar game. A diagonal plane path is really ideal, rather than, let's say, in the middle, going from south to west, south to east or north to south. Geez, I got that wrong, but good job, Imperium. But good early drop coming out.
He's down already.
Okay.
It's a Hydra and Rain, isn't it? I think. Yeah, it's Hydra and Rain. It is. That have dropped together into where
El Pozo.
It is. Is it Pozo?
Yeah, it's El Pozo because that's Rain's normal drop spot.
So very early out the plane was the perfect spot for it because he went directly across Pozo, so it makes sense.
And there's another team in El Pozo. Godsent, that's their normal drop spot. So I think Rain were maybe predicting Godsent to be there, but I don't think they were expecting a third team, and they being caught out losing trays. And now they still got a half decent result in game one with 3 players up. But as I said, it's much harder in Miramar with how open this map is. Looking at phase 1, it's up in the north, and this is where you've got to have a little bit of logic for these teams, right? The playing path, as it was diagonal, you mentioned about it being a little bit harder to get to the likes of Cruzaval. That means the teams who are on the southwestern side of the map, such as Unicorns of Love, Major Pride, their first thought should be there's going to be a lot more traffic on the south entrance into the circle.
We got more close quarter combat going on. As you mentioned, 3 teams in now. Hydra and Rainer going at it. As you mentioned, Godsent also there as well. La also had a double team setup as well. So 2 teams just further north in La Cabrera, all fighting it out here. But Hydra are looking great here. That's 2 members of Rain now down. And Hydra yet to get a knock, let alone lose anyone.
Bleak Snake, I've missed you, my friend. He really showed up in that 2019 PMCO, and hey, in this ESL Mobile Open over 2 years later, doing the same thing. Memories, man. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. And you highlighted about 2 teams in the Le Cabre area. That's pretty important because the Cabre area, based on this phase 1, is really a great start for a phase 1 rotation into kind of that north high ground central part of the circle. You can take the water treatment hills, you can take the hill to the western water treatment, but if you're stuck in an early game fight, that could go against it.
Bait has worked well here. Plino is going to turn around and he gets on top of it. Niels comes in to support him down, and Rain are gone. Ladies and gentlemen, first team out on Miramar.
Hydra played way more together. They dropped more together. They got their early kill. I definitely don't disrespect the fact that Rain looked to go for the fight, but maybe they should have cut their losses, at least for their late game turn, and moved away. Easier said than done. Hydra had a bit better stronghold. I'm a little bit surprised that Godsent didn't go for the third party opportunity. Either way, well played, Hydra. Good, strong engagement. And they keep themselves up, more importantly, D-Man, as a full squad.
Yeah, not a single knock. I mean, that's the perfect drop. That's literally the epitome in someone. I guarantee when we come into Miramar, we won't be seeing Rain dropping up here anymore. That's for sure. It's the way it works. But La Cabrera, it is tip-top Fate No 1D that's up there, but they do seem to have just completely separated, gone with the north-south, either side of the road, and happy with it. And as you can see, most teams still pretty happy to loot as long as they can. Not rotating at the moment. Looks like Tip-Top Esports may just get about it. Unicorns of Love also can see Rolkis starting to make his move here. But the thing is with Circle 1 and Miramar, it's so huge, you can kind of get away with just sort of seeing it on the edge and waiting for where that second circle.
That's true, but it's also the kind of situation where Miramar can be a lot more valuable when it comes to gathering information. So rotating that a little bit earlier, creating that spread, you're not only able to get information, but you're also able to manipulate the traffic a lot more in phase 2, phase 3. If you have a solid spread towards the center of the first circle and you see a team coming by, it's not that you need to get a knock and a kill, of course, points mean prizes. But if you're able to get those shots off, move them away into another team, that creates a much bigger metaphorical bubble, which makes it much easier to react on the next couple of circle shifts. So it's that foundation, it's that layer building effect of if you're able to rotate a little bit earlier into this phase one.
Very surprised to see that nobody went sort of in and around Power Grid or San Martin. You know, with the way the playing path was, everybody still chose to go pretty much with the south side. Now we can see a lot of the teams, they're all in the vehicles, the rotations are coming through. It is LF that have managed to get themselves in there. La Familia, they've got themselves set up at that compound. It really has a big area of vision. It's very flat terrain around there. La Familia have got themselves positioned just sort of south of Hacienda and just giving themselves the best view they can. Godsent also in along with Tip Top Fate. You can see O1D and Tip Top Fate very respectful of one another. Tip Top Fate going in and around over the Oasis, and O1D going south. Gentleman's agreement, it seems, as they part.
Clever decision making. I expected that from Fate because based on their performance in game one and their lack of real aggression and control, I wasn't expecting them to take this fight into phase one of game two. 12-18, surprisingly not opting to rotate a little bit early because their path line onto that kind of El Azahar hill, which would be very valuable in this phase one, is considerably easy because of that main road they have in front of them, wrapping through Impala kind of area. But because they're leaving it so late to move in, X9 have gotten ahead of them. That's why I highlight early rotations into this kind of phase one.
Unicorns of Love look like they're just going to park up on the edge of Monte Nuevo and give themselves the position. Meanwhile, it's getting very crowded in around the route in towards Hacienda. You can see as everybody starts to pull in that direction. Destiny have got themselves happy, but most will be within the circle pretty soon. As I say, 12-18 are going to be the last ones sort of in the party. And that's risky because they're taking the same route. The idea is they're looking at where the plane path was. They're thinking, okay, it went from the north to the southeast. Therefore, looking towards the northeast is going to be completely empty. So they're going to take this big, long rotation northern path, coming in and around El Azahar and come in knowing that there's nobody on your back. But the problem is, they've let, as you say, X90 get ahead of them. GMT actually crossing over very near the edge of Los Leones. And looking at GMT's rotation, they've come out of Cumacera and they're looking to do the same. They are looking to a big clockwise rotation around the circle right now.
Yeah, it's a... I find that a tiny bit weird, to be fair, from GMT, but I get it for the time being. Hydra have opened up, at least in terms of... Actually, sorry, it's La Familia. My apologies, onto one of the tip-top players. So, La Familia, as you mentioned, their position is fantastic, and they've certainly taken advantage of it. Tip-top, they come in without any real information, and yeah, they pay the price.
Yeah, it's such a harsh compound to try and approach because you basically got such an open vision, and that's what I found out there. Hydra also had a knock there. That was in the esports.
Oh, wow.
North side, but La Familia to lose someone there. They shouldn't have lost that. He just over-peaked.
It was also third party, to be fair.
It's Destiny,
so it was Destiny third party. So to give them a tiny bit of credit, but you are right, that overpeak out of the open was definitely a little bit of an effort across the board. But Destiny are going to look to push on that. La Familia now are going to have to gather themselves up as a three-man team to try and defend this area. Actually, they're disengaging for the most part. Paki 98 and Wasted. Paki 98 is the IGL, and I massively agree with this IGL decision. It's not fear, it's just common sense. It's like, well, we picked up a couple of kills, we lost a player, let's just move away. We don't want to give the control of the fight over to them.
Absolutely, he's just got the hell out of it. It does look like Hydra now have Unicorns of Love approaching them. They're all sitting around that creative field. They've gone south away from Alien Esports. I'm pretty sure they lost a player in the process. Destiny happy though, they've moved in, so thank you very much. We'll for Self La Familia abandoned ship there. GMT and 1218 also at La Bandita. So GMT choosing not to rotate any further, tries to come in. They're coming in straight on the back of the team. You can see 1218 here. They're well aware of it and trying to set up some sort of little camp, maybe on a little peak, scouting as much as they can to try and find what's ahead and watching their backsides.
Yeah, that south shift was a lot more balanced because it centers up a lot more towards the playing path and where teams had started to rotate on this phase one. God Center on the high ground to the west of San Martin. It's a great high ground compound to overlook, to get information, to protect. And you can see that 3-1 spread is perfect because the three players are looking in the direction of where teams can more easily breach and go for a crash, and then you have that one player looking to the east over the hills, looking at the San Martin terrain, the south of San Martin hillside, gathering all of that juicy info for Godsend heading into phase 3.
Hydra and Unicorns are love engaging. That is up towards the northwest of Colt, and Hydra already lost one earlier on. You can see Unicorns of Love actually looking at repositioning at the moment, coming in and out of the blue. That's all on the edge of the crater there as they try and reposition. But I think there was another one lost there for Hydra. Hydra obviously got the 4 kills early on Reign, so they're going to be happy with the 4 points, but they're going to want more placements for sure.
Oh, yeah, they're going to need more placements for sure, right? If they want to keep themselves in the running to kind of, you know, be towards the top of the standings, they will definitely want to
Hydra down to 1?
have a higher placement. Yeah, they're down to 1. Just Bleak Snake. No better man to be up as a solo though. No better man.
Well, he's got a lot of work to do coming out of La Cabrera. There's the circle shift. Oh, it's a big one over towards Hacienda San Martin. That is fantastic for Destiny, who just forced La Familia out of that compound. It is a strong compound to hold. Also on the edge of San Martin, I feel San Martin is going to get very crowded very soon.
Graveyard, D-Man. Graveyard is the place to be on this phase 3 shift.
Get that hillside.
Perfect for either GMT or 1218. You have a lot of high ground. You have a lot of spreadability and control. And you can watch in the wings as teams will face up against each other on the San Martin, Picado Hill, Hacienda area. Very tough for the northwestern edge of the circle. Tip Top Fate going to be one of them feeling the brunt of Godsend.
Yeah, bailing out of the car there. They've had to abandon ship. And Nuggets, who did so well in the first game for Godsend, is looking to put the punishment down. He's got to be careful. The rest of the team have arrived, but it's actually Bees, I think. No, tell a lie. Bees have got a different fight. They are fighting Pride at the moment, so Bees also engaged over on the other side. But yeah, just on the end, Godsend sits in to try and cover the edge. And this is back over to Pride, so Pride being pressured by Bees.
Revive comes out, Bees cooking up a nade. That's a lovely nade. Tencent goes down just like that. Compot is able to move on to the other building, but he's on his own as Pride have another player go down. A nade across the window does a decent bit of damage, but it doesn't secure a knock, and that only exposes. Why go for the confirmation? Why go for the confirmation?
Yeah, I gotta feel that he thought it was covered there by his teammate out the window, but Compot does fall in the end, so down they go. They should be able to get the revive back on Hosan there, so it will be Bees keeping themselves 4 alive, and that's a great push from them. Only 1 knock and kill all 4. That is a clean flush.
I don't know if you were wondering this, but that's not the same Compot from back in Tornado Energy.
Yeah.
I was like, because when I saw him, I think in the last ESL Mobile Open or forget whatever other tournament that I saw him, and I messaged the actual Compot, the real Compot, and I was like, is that you playing PUBG Mobile? He's like, no, I'm not. It's not. I'm like, okay, no worries. So yeah,
as opposed to one of his former, well, actually his former coach, which would be Elite Player, who is coaching Jesus today, as used to be M19 many moons ago when he won GLL Season 2 without winning a match, by the way. I'll put that out there. They won't get a single chicken dinner, but they won the tournament. That's consistency.
That is indeed. And consistency can often be the name of a game in most tournaments, even if it's just a 5-match run. That's why I put a lot of weight behind Godsend's kind of trailblaze and transition from game 1 into game 2. They still have a full squad up. The next phase has popped up. It's been a bit of a southwest shift. And that's why
I was wondering why Destiny were pushing Bees. I was just thinking, what's going on here? Why have they left a great compound? But the circle shift comes in. That's a harsh one, though. And Bees, honestly, that is the best compound in this circle.
But I'm a little bit surprised that Destiny aren't looking to pull it off as a full team, or maybe they're opting to disengage away and stay in the edge of the circle. You got to make one decision and stick with it. You can't go for 2 playstyles at once in this kind of circle. Teams are coming in from the edge. You either want to protect the edge or control the center, and that's where he's looking to step up. He tries to reload, and GMT knocks him down. Why is he on his own?
Completely exposed on his own in the open. Bees actually might be able to steal away. I think he was the scout player returning. I think that's what it was, trying to return back. GMT coming in the back of him there. Meanwhile, over on the north side, Unicorns of Love look like they're clashing. They're trying to get through San Martin right now. They have Godsend just ahead of them. You can see it's getting very crowded. Everybody with the same idea. Everybody going for those big north rotates and trying to think, okay, the plane path didn't go this way, so it's going to be clear this way. You can see Alien Esports coming into the back of La Familia. Godsend here. They are being kept at bay as well. So Tip Top Fate just next to them. Everybody's trying to find a ditch.
And one last player from Tip Top Esports is actually in a fantastic compound to the southern side of the circle, but he's on his own. Nobody will probably have predicted that for the time being. You can see in the kill feed, Tip Top Fate gets a knock on the Evil Boy 1218 coming into fire as well. He's looking into the open loving arms of Tip Top Fate, pushing them back as they have themselves up as a full squad. Bees, they got 15 points in the first game. We're still with 13 teams and 38 players in this game too, so they have a lot more challenges ahead of them if they're going to be once again in the top 5 of this game too.
Top Fate, he's got to be so careful trying to cook that up while his teammate gets in the way. You can see on the minimap they are starting to slowly be pressed by 2 teams actually on the outside there. Godsend also close now. Things are getting a lot closer. Godsend finding themselves a couple of kills. They have lost Nuggets though, so 1 man down for Godsend. It didn't stop them in the last matchup, but this time it's Unicorns of Love just ahead.
Oh, very risky, but I do still give credit. Bees comes in and gets a third-party knock. Don't know if that confirmation is going to be able to be played out. I hope not, for the sake of Godsend, because they were doing a wonderful job of being proactive on the team in the edge of the circle, which is Unicorns of Love. The side of OP Devils staying a little bit more cautious as they have across the road a bit more of an exit strategy on the next circle shift, but it's still not going to be too easy for them. Where is this next circle going to go? If it shifts down south, it is fantastic for 1218.
Fantastic for Tip Top Esports as well. A solo man, as you mentioned, just sitting and hoping it pulls south. Where will it go? Will it be dead center onto Bees? And you can see O1D in there as well. I feel they're going to get pressured. Destiny almost certainly in 1218 going to be both aiming for that shack.
I still think Tip Top Esports compound is not too bad, because they can, if you do choose to go there and the next circle kind of shifts up north, you can play on the edge of the hillside to the northwest. So it is still valuable for a team if they choose to crash that compound that's on the edge of the circle. But with much of the traffic on the north and the northeastern side, that's going to be the likes of the priority for Destiny to try and hold those teams back a little bit more heavily.
Well, GMT were quick to get into the circle edge. They're deciding to go for the Unicorns of Love, sat ready and waiting to try and catch onto the OP Devils there. They are simply looking to evacuate, and they're going to go up the hill and up and away. They've got to be careful they don't silhouette too badly, though, with so many teams. Godsend are sending it. They've got across the road, but they've gone straight into the eye line of Bees. And Shabaza having to just get himself out of there. Everybody now coming in. Tip Top Fate also sending it right on towards Bees as well. The M249 absolutely could pay dividends here with Tip Top Fate stuck in the lower floors.
Oh boy, Amran's gonna push in. Tip Top Fate doing a wonderful job of looking to defend, and the vehicle blows up. This is wild and bold. As Fate has another player knocked down, Sunskar is still up. Anjay going for the revive, waiting it out. Bees are still alive in this game. If they can get the revive, they can hold on as a duo. But I gotta give credit to Tip Top Fate. That crash was bold,
what's coming.
brash, but it's working out.
Alien Esports come into silhouette and get around the side here. GMT to get involved. The third party is going to be deadly. You cannot peek outside these windows. Your head will be gone. And Fate and Bees find themselves very much prisoners within their own compounds. Alien Esports are surrounding the north and the west. Meanwhile, GMT have the east. This is dangerous.
This is beautiful from GMT. They swept along the edge of these last couple of circles wonderfully, not committing to too much, but still being engaging enough to get the information on board. Bees are still in play. You talked about Alien side. They're coming in on the side, the north side. More importantly, as Phase 5 Blue Zone is about to turn into Phase 6. Destiny have gone across the road. Alien side knocks himself out. And that's going to be Alien side suffering a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, and look at GMT. They're immediately moving that up. They realize it's taking the
Exactly.
cover from Destiny. The circle shifts over. 0-1D in 12-18 looking fantastic. Destiny already made that move. And now the battle also on the hillside. Godsent and OP Devils fighting on the hillside. Well, this compound is going to be an absolute grinder. 4 teams fighting for position. Unicorns love getting involved as well. As you say, Alien Esports were completely swept aside, but they all have to get over the road.
I don't know how Unicorns Love have been able to hold on as a solo lane, just being a survival master, but it's going to be easier said than done to make it into next circle. You have 3 teams in front of them. 2 of
GMT
those
going
teams
into
have
Destiny.
multiple players up.
GMT in the vehicles. They're going to come straight across into the backside of Destiny as they try and cross the road. They got to get the smokes down. Is that a nade just popping down? Yes, it is. It came from Destiny, bouncing back towards them. And it is a simple nade battle. But the danger is like this little ridge line. The nades will roll on in, and they have to be so careful. The smokes absolutely laying the path now as they try and move. Meanwhile, they can see Tip Top Fate. They're sending it as well. Bees try and get in the vehicle, and they get away. How did he manage to drive away? Tip Top Fate, they've managed to just send it straight into the middle. It's Zuckner's got in there. 2 members of Tip Top Fate absolutely sent it in the back bus and managed to survive.
Oh my lord. This is absolutely crazy. I thought game 1 was going down the hill. This has been much harder, and Tip Top Fate going to push in. Swave is the last player up. GMT somewhat able to survive. They do suffer their first casualty with Ghost knocked down, but GG 6-9 still able to
12-18 are
hold
just
on. He
getting
finally
everybody.
gets taken out in the blue. Now they're pushing in on the dip as a duo. Suck is coming in. Destiny go down. Sheriff is going to feel the brunt. Suck from Tip Top Fate.
They fall down, but look at 12-18. They're just picking everything up at the moment. They're sat in the back while everybody fights. GMT getting picked off. Destiny will fall. Tip Top Fate in all sorts of trouble. Godsent losing another player to Unicorns on Love. How is managed to farm kills out there? Another member of GMT goes down from 12-18. And GMT
Lovely.
will finish off the Bees. So the Bees go down, but look at 12-18. They have a prime position to shoot down on everyone.
Man, the beast.
Oh,
and the
Lingos.
Hearted. Absolutely crazy. Who's going to be the first to take down Suplex City of this Miramar game? 0-1D is in the center of the circle, but that's easier said than done to hold on. You mentioned 12-18, and you're dead right, D-Man. They've been controlling a third party, picking up a player here or there. They take down the last player of GMT, and now they have much more control on the southeastern edge of the circle.
But look at this. Godsent again into the last 4. That's what they need. The
Wow.
consistency keeps them alive. Fate finally fall, and now we're down to 3. It's 0-1D, 12-18, and Godsent. And the circle pulls away from 12-18. They have to move. The small shack holds 0-1D in there, and Godsent, would you believe it, have themselves a great 1-1 split either side of the rocks. They can cover 18 as they move in.
Exactly, D-Man. That's where it becomes very challenging for 12-18, but they have to realistically just not forget about that, but they just need to ignore it as much as possible and focus onto that crash. They must know that there's players inside that shack.
They're going to crash the shack. Here they go. He's going to use the crate. So he gets the vehicle in there. The crate comes in molly temperature.
like that.
Can he get the molly in? Does it land in? Yes, it does. He forces them out. They have to get the hell out of Dodge. 12-18 will clean them up. And they perfectly executed move. 12 kills and counting. 2 members of God sent to find. And they're going hunting. Tamila immediately moves up to the rock. They know where they got the circle.
2 CAS teams in the final moments of this game 2. Psycho feeling the brunt on the underneath part of the truck, trying to slow down, heal himself up, but 12-18. That beautiful 2-1 spread, keeping Evo Station in the back line, which is a slightly higher area, slows Godsend down so much more.
So Lucas took the road ridge line, so he's within grenade range. And look at Psycho. Psycho's just took a massive slice of damage, and that leaves Lubomir all alone. Psycho finished off. Leaves him with what can he do? He gets one. Finished off, doesn't matter. In comes 12-18, and so well executed. If you think of how they played it, they basically kept out of it and third-partied like crazy, and they get themselves 14-kill chicken dinner. But for God, it is another second place and 4 kills to go on top of the 25 points they had from game 1.
Yeah, credit where it's due to Godsend on their consistency in the first 2 games. 12-18, I did kind of question their positioning, but the circle that massively shifted away towards the southeast, that was the kind of starting point for them to control into the rest of the game and grab that chicken dinner. What an action-packed Miramar game. I absolutely loved it.
I mean, the circle shift certainly set things up. There's no doubt about it. There's a lot of teams that got called out in the grinder. A couple of teams, and I hate to say it, but they made the right decision. They were looking at the direction or where the playing path was and said, okay, this is going to be the clean route in. And the circle said, no, we're going to go south, south, and pull away from you every single time. And it caught so many napping. In the grinder they went. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll show you some highlights of Miramar, and we'll move on to Sanok. See you in a few.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. It is the PUBG Mobile 4 final, and we are 2 games in, and things are livening up. I am Demon Smith, and joining me is everyone, and we've had some, well, what is 2 fantastic games to start things off. I'm very happy with the proceedings so far.
I've been commentating PUBG Mobile for over 2.5 years, and it just never ceases to surprise me, never ceases to amaze me, excite me, and hype me up so much. These teams are giving it a lot, and you know, looking at the highlights of this game, it started off big, right? That fight between Hydra and Rain. What a way in El Pozo. Unexpected from Rain, I'd say, but Hydra prepared very well.
Absolutely, and bearing in mind, Rain came into this one 15 chicken dinners, just shy of 400 kills in the qualifiers, so they were the #1 team in the first split, and they
exactly
kind of null because they've just been involved in early fights. Godsend, meanwhile, we're look at them here. They'd already lost Nuggets, who obviously did so well for them. They just managed to really hold on. Even looking at the mini-map now for Godsend, they're in a 1-1 split, like across the road, across the hillside.
Yeah.
Look, they're up there. Psycho's down there already knocked. How did they survive? I don't know.
Well, to be fair, they've done a lot of solid proactivity in the first early circles, so that level of suppression did help them survive until the bitter end, so to speak. Destiny did disappoint me on their passiveness and their disconnect. And I'll talk about that after the highlights, to be fair, because this game from GMT was pretty good. They got a number of kills, and then there's the 12-18 show in the last 3 circles. It was fantastic from them.
Very well executed move there to flush out O1D, who I think really didn't have, because they were kind of in that shack from, say, circle 2 onwards, whereas 12-18, we were talking about them really on. They were on the rotation pass. Coming, who was it? Who were they behind? They were coming up. They were like one of the last teams rotating up, and I can't think who they were stuck behind because they couldn't go further. I think it was X9, wasn't it? That were taking the Eastern Road. Yeah, they were taking the full Eastern Road, and ended up turning, as you mentioned, from graveyard sort of inward.
Yeah, I think it was, and it was just the way it kind of went away from them. But man, just absolutely fantastic game. That's the 12-18 roster. Now, Docfar, who is the manager of the team, is just there as sub, but they do have that squad playing for them in these games. I know that will be able to hopefully show the scores, but that win pushed them up big time when it came to the overall standings. I'm hoping that they show the same level of kind of control and aggression and proactivity in the third game of the day, because Sanhok is a different beast compared to Miramar. It's kind of opposite, right? It's a much smaller map, but it still requires a pretty high level of control.
Yeah, and obviously, as we've seen already, we've had clashes from the drops. Probably expecting a gain here. It doesn't really matter where the plane path is in Sanhok. You can drop where your destination is.
Pretty much.
And if you're dropping down and you're looking across, like, you're not on my team and we're dropping in the parachute to the same location.
Exactly.
That's when things get...
And that's where I'm looking out for teams not pulling out split drops unless they've done their due diligence. It's already risky enough in a lobby that you know the teams of pulling out a split drop, because there's certain kind of unwritten areas where you can pull off a solid split drop. But in a lobby like this, where you might not be familiar with all of the teams, it can be a very, very dangerous game to play. So I'm looking for teams to drop as a full squad. If they drop within another team in a hot drop area, hey, you either go for the fight or you disengage as a full squad. And that's where, you know, I want to highlight Destiny a little bit before we get into game 3, D-Man, because they're a team that have a massive weakness of losing a player or two early on, especially their IGL Mihi. I've met Mihi in person, and I've said that, like, why is it that you go off on your own, or you make this call of scouting so far away from the rest of the team and you end up going down. And he says he knows that it's a problem, but he's working on it. And from that last Miramar game, I hate to say it, but it doesn't look like it's improved. It doesn't look like it's improved. There was no need to go down in that moment.
Well, before we get into it, let's look at the leaderboard. Let's have a look at the leaderboard.
Okay.
As you can see, the consistency across the two games has got them there. 43 points. GMT3 team here, 12-18. They got 29 points from that last match alone, with obviously the 15-point chicken dinner and 14 kills to back up. So massive, massive victory for them. O1D, consistent. Only the 5 kill points, but look at the placement points. That has worked out well for them. But there's still 3 matches left. It could all change.
B's team, gotta give them a lot of credit. 14 kills, 10 placement points. That's a really nice balance coming into Sanhok. We get into the second half of the standings though. Alien side in 9th place, a total of 11. They've got 9 kills, but only 2 placement points. So I'd like to see them survive a lot more in this game. La Familia, a little bit disappointing. I expected a bit more from them. I'm hoping they can turn it around in this third game, as well as Destiny. 7 points themselves. That is very disappointing.
Yeah, there's some teams down there that are all going to be looking at themselves and thinking, how have we done so badly in those first 2 maps? And it can compound it. We'll see, of course, as you mentioned. We got Sanhok to go, along with another Erangel and another Miramar. Now, the first Erangel, it was tricky. There's no doubt about it. It was a brutal playing path, south playing path if you missed it, and up onto Sosnovka Island with what was still a 50-50 split, in fairness, coming into Circle 3. So definitely an interesting one. So we're hoping for a slow open Erangel next time we get there. But let's talk about Sanhok. What are we seeing here? Firstly, I would say avoid boot camp. Because, we're probably going to get 1 or 2 teams trying to fight for that. Maybe go to one of the outer edges. I don't know. Maybe look towards something around Quarry, safe, or as safe as you can make it.
Yeah, so the trend around Sanhok is that normally the eastern side of the map is a lot less utilized when it comes to drop spots. So I want to see that kind of Kampong area be controlled by a team. But then the circles that come into play, it's funny because we've had kind of the road divide, the end circles in both of the games so far. That's very much something that can come into the mix for the Sanhok game, with the rivers in play between the 3 areas of Sanhok. There has been a trend over the last couple of months, D-Man, where most of the circles in Sanhok tend to be on that mainland/eastern side. But it is still something that the teams will have to think about. Rotate early, move early, control your position, and really spread out in the first 2 circles and join together phase 3 onwards. Yeah,
there's one thing that you can take from Sanhok is you're gonna be running from the blue. It is one of those maps that can be punishing if you're if it pulls, the far side of you a couple of times, you find it on your back and you are constantly pushing. This is a map that you need to scout. You need to peek over that hill, get a scout, because you could bump into another full 4-man with knowing about it before you're in there. A 3rd party, 4th party, 5th party, everybody. As soon as that gunfight happens, everybody looks your way.
Yeah, compared to Wrangler and Sanhok, where you're looking at kind of phase 4, phase 5, sometimes phase 3, where you'll have 3rd, maybe 4th parties. In Sanhok, it can be as early as phase 2. Hell, I've even sometimes seen it in phase 1, depending on how teams shift. So it is something that you really have to think about. And in the all elusive words of Mustache Dave, Papa Blue is here to play in Sanhok. And that's where I know it's his quote. I'll always give him credit for that.
I would more say that's Hot Jukes more than
both. They both came up with it at the same time. I think of my boy Mustache Dave when I say it. But that's where kind of the heal strats come into play. Right? Will a team pull off a heal strat where if they know they've struggled in the first 4 circles, they've lost a player, maybe lost 2. They've been slow to move in. The circle shifts away on phase 4, phase 5. Give all your meds to one player. Let him hover around the edge of the blue and go for that heal strat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that little music shift tells me the game is underway. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3. As we were talking about, yeah, the playing path is far over to the western side of the map. You can kind of just shoot across the entirety of the map. It's not a huge area, so nobody's going to be too worried at a drop spot. We do see a lot of teams going westward, though.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of teams. Unicorns love going to Samhi. I believe they're joined by another team. You have 12-18 around the Tambang area for the time being. Hydra, should I say, they have Camp Charlie all to themselves. And La Familia, Boot Camp is theirs to control.
Oof, and there it is. The mainland, as you say, over towards the east. Paradise Resort opened up, but immediately tipped up. Esports involved with a fight. Tries to hop, skip, bait it. Tries a little peek, but this time he goes down. Remember, no armor for any of these guys, so they are going to drop very quickly. And I got to be honest, that's 2 teams we've lost, actually. Whether one didn't connect or whether we just lost 2 teams at once there. But Tip Top Esports have gone. Don't know who else joined them.
I believe it was just 15 teams that joined lobby for this game 3, and Tip Top Esports have been taken down. Really nice, quick response from Unicorns Love. That will give them a lot of confidence coming into these kind of phase 1, phase 2 circles. But we move on over to this fight between the side of GMT and 01D. From the trend we've seen in the overall standings, I fear for 01D only 5 kills in the first 2 games, whereas GMT, they've definitely proved their worth when it comes to engagements. They're currently on 15 kills in the first 2 games. That's 3 times as many as 01D.
Got himself set up. Apologies, mute myself. There we go. We were talking about the Car 98. Yeah, he got the ball. Actually, I don't think it's by choice. Okay, so what can you find right now? What I'm talking about is obviously that UMP being picked up, fully geared up. This is prime position for it.
Yeah, but you can see, he cannot peek out too much from the window. He hasn't got a helmet on. So he's just as light as a feather. 1-2 headshots, he's knocked out of there. So a lot of risk involved. I do like the spread of 01D, to be fair, that kind of 2-1 off-angle flank. I think GMT are aware of that, which is why they've thrown out some early utility to try and create a bit more space. I would like to see a couple of the GMT players. We're seeing one wrap around on the other side to put a little bit of extra player onto that flank, extra pressure onto that flank player from 01D.
So there's a big issue that these players are, well, currently not aware of. The fact that Godsent have already set up a camp. They're like 2 teams fighting here. They're just over the river, waiting for whoever comes out on top to just walk into their open arms.
Never mind the fact that Destiny are on the very western side of the Northwest Island. Could be pinching them from the other side as well. So that's why when you're looking for engagements in Sandhawk, time is so much more important compared to the other maps. If you're going to pull out an engagement, it has to be done quick, swift, and fast. The longer you leave it, the harder it is. GMT, they suffer the first casualty. Not yet being able to be confirmed because 01D, once again, showing that level of passiveness that they have in the first 2 games, not willing to push on that.
By the way, I love Rain's positioning. That compound is somewhere we've seen the circle finish many times. And it can be when you pick up our levels, a Car 98 comes into action there. And that was not what they were hoping for. GMT found hello. That's a different team.
There you go.
Oh no, it doesn't. No, it isn't. Totally. Nope. It's Rhino that's off the side there, and they have managed to push him. Going to go around the rocks and finish him off there. You can see Naruto lining up, trying to get involved in this, but Can't really cover off his teammates. Saw them cross, but was a little late.
Woohoo! Took a bit of a risk going for that confirmation. And I'm kind of curious, D-Man, if that kind of rotation was a little bit too slow from GMT, or if there was just a bit of a miscommunication / mistake which allowed them to lose slow-mo. I feel if they hadn't lost slow-mo, they would push on this a little bit more aggressively, but they've turned it around in their favor. Sheriff takes a bit of damage, has to go back behind the rock, pull off a first aid.
Yeah, they know his position, so they're trying to push on him. And the difference is, of course, he has the helmet. It is already cracked and ruined. You can see he has taken a lot of damage there. Sheriff will just hop, skip, and jump away from that. He's got Ghost to back him up. GG on the background as well, trying to help them out. But look at this. Look at this picture-in-picture. Godsend lining it up, sees him perfectly behind the rock, and he's just waiting for his moment. Stand still and you're gone.
Oh, for a Godsend. It's not like you're really going to be traded. Waiting. No time like the present. GMT, they have no idea what's going on. They're trying to push back and keep the pressure on the 0-1D. Like I said, Destiny could be getting involved as well as the blue zone of phase 1 is closing in. To highlight a couple of good positions from other teams, though, to be fair, Bees are in a really good 2-2 split to the south of Paradise Resort. La Familia have moved out of boot camp accordingly, which is fantastic for them to see. I wanted to see also a couple of teams moving on towards the eastern side. The Kwai was overlooked by Alien side, and now they've moved into the Ban Hill side. So really good rotations from a couple of these teams so far.
Oh, nice push there from O1D. Nazir doing the work there. GG goes down. We were talking about how they'd split apart. And I tell you what, GMT are falling by the wayside here. 2 for 1 so far. And we already saw Glyco. He has this pretty much dead to rights. Nuggets is, by the way, also look at his position. He's waiting for a botation. Come out from Destiny, judging by their position. He's going to be a prime example to mow down as it comes. And that boat, as soon as it starts passing by, it's going to draw the attention of Godsend as well.
Also spread by Godsend. It'll work for the time being. 12-18. Now kind of overlooking the Hainan trifecta area with the hillside in their control. They do have the side of OP Devils, the west of them. Like I talked about, the Bees 2-2 split is absolutely fantastic. In the first couple of circles of this game, they're going to be able to grab a lot of information.
Well,
there's a cluster of teams now, D-Man.
Godsend have gone over. Godsend have gone over. Sorry, not GMT. Have gone over the river.
Yeah.
The heading is now, if Nuggets is unaware and takes shots onto Destiny in the boat, or GM aware, I mean, it's like feeding the information and telling them exactly where they are. So Godsend certainly should know where they are. Yeah, no. Nuggets is looking at the boat, but does he find?
Shoot! Yes, you fire! Okay, now he's going to hear the footsteps. He's going to look in towards the direction of Sheriff.
Nice.
UMP, pre-fire. Boom! Job done.
Absolute surprise. And now he fires on the boat, but I think they bailed from the boat, or was the boat still there? No, I think they may have bailed from it. Now, the problem is, if they carry on the path they're going, they're going to go straight into the back of Rain. Because Rain are also around the coastline as well.
That wasn't a bad botation from Destiny. I will give them 70% credit for that. But if you're going to pull off a botation in Sanhok like that, it has to be much earlier. I would like to have seen it being done 30 seconds to a minute earlier.
Hydra, new player already. Lean and Leon under pressure here from X9. And look at the sports also in the hillside. They actually trade. Hydra might get away with a source, stay quiet, and they trade across the hills. That's the only benefit they get to have 2 men down. And they are just trying to watch all the windows. The circle shift, quick look at that. It has pretty much centered in around Paradise Resort again. So Rain's still looking very good with their spread at the moment. Also looking at the cross hold as well. Another strong point where everybody else is getting very close. Godsend, they've moved across. Ghost has actually gone back over the river towards O1D.
This is a very meta circle shift on this phase 2. X9 doing a great job of
Flushed.
clearing out the rest of Hydra. That's a squad wipe taken on board. And X9 on the eastern edge of the circle, that's some wonderful proactivity. And they didn't even get third partied by the side of Alien Side. I don't know if that's because Alien Side weren't proactive enough themselves, but either way, that clean engagement from X9 deserves a lot of credit.
Destiny have got away with it, you know. Rain have repositioned. They
Yeah.
pushed down to the east side of
Makes
Paradise
sense.
Resort, repositioned. It's given Destiny a clear run in. God Center pushed forward. God Center actually just lost one there. They're not coming through, but O1D got across the river, and its Nuggets are down at the moment. God Center, remember, the #1 team currently within the tournament after a great second place in the first 2 matches here. Had the camp set up for this. If you remember, it was Psycho that was on the bridge the whole time watching it play
Yeah.
out. Should have took the shots. He's still on the bridge and still not taking them hits.
Well, it's really a product of slow reactions from Godsend, to be fair. Phase 1, you can have a big white spread. It's okay, but when phase 2 pops up, you got to think, okay, teams are automatically going to be closer to each other. Nuggets is knocked down. Rain is going into 1v2. He's on half health, and it's a lovely Uzi spray knock by Nazir.
0-1D or 0-1D. He got 5 kills so far. Now it's 8 as Godsent lose another. That is honestly
It's not
that
needed.
is a
Not needed.
disaster for Godsent. Like, they had the perfect camp set up and they just lost out badly. It leaves Lubomir and Psycho as the last 2, as they were in the last matchup. So we'll see what's out for them, but that has just gone badly wrong.
It's gone badly wrong, but it's a product of their own mistake. And so, honestly, I'm kind of left feeling zero sympathy for them, to be perfectly honest, my friend. Phase 2 Blue Zone is around halfway through. B still hold on to the 2-2 split that they had in Phase 1. La Familia also in the same position. Unicorns a lot being very slow to rotate into the circle, still hovering through the blue. You can see 12-18 creeping up the boot camp hill, edging into the circle, and X9 off the back of the finished squad wipe by the Hydra, they're able to move in to a more eastern position in the circle, which is Camp Bravo.
Paradise Resort still the center of the circle. Circle 3 closing in. Where will things turn? Little rotation coming in from the OP Devils as they get themselves a reposition. Sat trying to see. There's the circle shift, and it's looking good. You know, the move from Rain has paid off once again. B's still prime compound on that crossroads, and Ban is about to get a bit big.
To me, Bees need to now think about where they want to put themselves in terms of a formation. This spread isn't bad, but I would much prefer a 3-1 split rather than a 2-2. If you're going to have people holding onto the compound and you really want to control that compound, 3 is much better than 2. And it's the same with the hillside. That spread is, to me, just a little bit too hard. We'll have to wait and see as teams will start to move in around them. 12-18 from the southeast. Alien side, they're going to feel the brunt of GK, the first of Unicorns Alive.
Unicorns of Love really haven't seen too much from them so far. They've been pretty quiet in the 2 games, just a couple of points. I think 14 in total, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so a long way off. They're due a big game here.
Yeah.
The team went into this one as one of the favorites. There's no doubt.
Oh, 110%. Now, they are playing slower than I low-key expected entering into the circles, but they're not the slowest, and they're not badly slow. They're just taking their time. They're sweeping in, covering the edge, and that proactivity on the Alien side is just a classic move from an edge of circle team. So players from Unicorns of Love are playing it pretty good so far in this game. B is still a 2-2 spread. Destiny, you said they might get a little bit punished by Rain. Well, now as they enter the northern edge of the circle, they have zero information really on who's in front of them.
Yeah, running blindly into the back of Rain. It I was talking about Barn earlier on. That's a dangerous spot to be. There's really not much around that at the moment. Bees, though, still sticking with this 2-2 split. I would like to see them move in towards the crossroads together myself, but maybe they've left it a little late now. 12-18 and La Familia also close to one another. As soon as those shots there, they just swoop a couple of shots onto Bees. That is going to give their position away. And here is Destiny. Well, we're saying they don't know what they're certainly taking it very slow.
Which is very much needed. Bees looking to take a couple of shots in return. I like that, a little bit of proactivity. I do.
Has he been dinged, or is he, that helmet just gone? Because he has nothing. And that is dangerous at this stage.
Like, right now, he's pretty much just a meat shield for the rest of his team, right? And even look at that, like, Shabazz only has a level 1 helmet and a level 1 vest. So they've been in this position since phase 1. When you're so underlooted when it comes to utility, you got to be proactive, and Bees haven't, and it could really hurt them as the next circle has shifted away from them.
And look at Ray. Well, I mean, Shadow there is a tank. Start with tier 3 vest, and he's geared up. They basically had the run, come all the way through. Times comes in, and that is the tank coming out on top at the moment. He was able to get away from it, but they have been caught by surprise here by Death. They were not expecting someone to be on the wall as close as they are.
This is a lovely spread by Destiny. They're covering so many angles with this flank, but they have to be proactive. They can't rely on the wall. They really can't. Whereas for Rain, they need to send at least one player on the outskirts of that wall. They need to send somebody for a flank. They cannot allow Destiny to breach in so heavily.
MCH pushes in. Beast follows him through. Misha trying to go in. They're going on the back of that knock that they've got there. And look at Beast. Look how quick and aggressive they're going. They're trying to stick the revive. Volk's going to get kills. That's over on the south side of the circle. But right here, right now, beautiful. Destiny needs to come out on top in this fight. Rain will hold it in Supreme. Oh, this is a perfect spot for Shadow. The tank we were talking about comes out on top, gets a double down.
Oh my god, the turnaround by Rain. Shadow went specifically. It was a great engagement by Destiny, but it's all gone horribly wrong. Swave cooking up a nade. He has to back off a little bit. Connects on the Shadow end a bit. Beast is low in health himself. Staying a little bit quiet. Swave starting to make some noise. Nice pre-molly. Swave walks right into it, but Beast gets a knock under Rain. Swave is knocked down. Beast, he's left on his own. You got 3 against 1 in towards the tiny hole. It's do or die, and Beast's gonna suffer the brunt. Beast gets a knock. What the hell is going on?
Couldn't flush it, and in the end, the power of the numbers works out. Now, I wonder if it drew any attention there as they really battle it out there, but Rain keep 4 alive after being utterly surprised by Destiny there. Just shows how sneaky they were to get into that position. That gives them a lot of loot. 12-18 though. They've decided to push onto Bees. Bees at the moment, he's on his own. Where's his teammate gone? Papula at the moment. His teammates have left him, so maybe that 3-1 split has finally been joined up. As I say that, 12-18 go in. That's down, and Bees are the ones cleaning up the kills.
I gotta give credit to Bees because I was very worried about them, to be fair. The man on the lack of utility, lack of real strength. But it's not over. It's like the caster curses come through and they're down to 2 right now. Shabazz and Papula, 12-18, being able to hold things down. The next circle is shifted up and it's centered on towards kind of Rain and 0-1D's position.
Godsend go down, 13th place for them, so 0 points in from placements. I think they got 1 kill in there, if I remember rightly.
They still have Lubomir.
No, they still have Lubomir. Yes, still have Lubomir. I thought they were down to 1, but that circle shift again favors Rain. That position they held on to, they've had the choice of it. Alien side and Unicorns of Love, though, are about to clash along with X9. This is going to get very messy on the south side.
Yeah, this is where Unicorns of Love weren't maybe as proactive as they should have been in the previous 2 circles, which means they're coming into a lot more of a pressurized situation, a potential third party, but now they're starting to push in. Alien side trying to back off. Lots of nades leading the back end. DK, Raucus, and XD together. That's some nice aggression from Unicorns of Love.
Keep an eye on that kill feed. Looks like La Familia decided to push into Rain, and they've just been bodied. Meanwhile, the Unicorns of Love continue to pepper this position. They know that they're there somewhere, but unable to find it. That is, yes, that is B's gone down. So it's like it's a 9th place for them. In the end, the split didn't pay off. Look at Katao. Katao sneaking in there, tipped up. Unicorns of Love pushing the position, the play zone, claiming the rest of La Familia, and Unicorns of Love push around the corner.
Beautiful.
They go for the rock push. They come around in numbers.
No.
It is not going to work exactly as they planned, though. The Blue is going to keep on pushing their backsides. They should be able to get the revive through. No! They get caught out, and they are gone. Unicorns of Love go down in 8th place.
It was written on the wall, you leave it too late, and the third parties come into play. It's Sanhok, baby. Let's get ready to rumble. Tip-top fate, they keep themselves alive. X9, nice opportunistic play from them. Lubomir still up, you counted. Got sent down, but they still show up. It's Reigns, though. They get the knock on the Shidos.
They are reigning supreme right now. O1D trying to push on down. They do finish off Lubomir, so that is Godsent going down. It was O1D that they were camping out, if you remember, across the river. So getting their comeuppance should have been more clinical when it came to the camp. But look at Rain. They are lighting up the kill feed right now. Everyone is their victim.
And it can often be very hard to move down the hill with confidence, but Rain are playing it perfectly. Suck gets knocked inside the building, a lovely nade, and that's the end of them. Now you see me, now you don't. Down goes Tip-top fate.
And that's 9 kills and counting for Rain with the last 4 teams remaining. Rain with the 4 alive. They have the cover. They have the circle. Look at the positioning. They've had it all see from their armor. You know, bear in mind how many kills they've had. They are going to be absolutely tanked up. Cheetos goes down. That's another finishing as the round. And it is just a turkey shoot at the moment. X9 trying to it is horrible for them to try and make their way down that hillside. Look at the 2-2 split from Rain. It's fantastic.
It is sensational. La Familia can still put them under a little bit of pressure, but no, Evil Boy goes down. That's the end of them.
3 members stuck behind the rock. What can they do? Not a lot. The blue is on them, and look at the circle. It's all Rains. They do have 2 over the other side, but they've got close. 11 kills and counting. This could be a 14-kill game. And exactly what Rain needed. It went in pretty close, and it does catch a bit of splash damage, but not target as much as they'd like.
Doesn't matter. The Blues only approaching onto the players of X9. Look at that movement from Shadowland.
That is such a flank. I think he just picked up a load of nades. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. The play zone's going to denying the points from Rain right now. That's what they're focusing on. Wintox is going to be the last man stand. They go trying to med his way through that. Doesn't matter. Rain will take it. It does deny them 3 points in terms of kills, but it will be Rain that are supreme here on Sanhok, and a fantastic 11-kill game for them. A dominant victory in comparison to what we just saw them going down to the first team to go out on Miramar against Hydra.
Yeah, very, very good turnaround from Rain. They're a team, at least in terms of the core players of the roster, that are known to be pretty solid in Sanhok. But that was just a beautiful blueprint of how to play controlling in the late game. It started with that engagement from Destiny. And I'll give a lot of credit to Destiny. The way they started that push was brilliant. But Shadowwen, that double knock from Shadowwen, instant turnaround. The rest of the team picked up on that. They got the squad wipe, and that's it. Business as usual. They played in, they pushed through the circles, they were controlling, and the amount of kills they got speaks for itself. I think it was something like 11 or 12 kills. They ended that game 3. Just fantastic.
Fantastic stuff. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're moving on to game 4, which will be Erangel, and we'll take you through the highlights of Sanhok. See you in a few.
together. I go ready for it. I
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is ESL Mobile Open PUBG Fall Finals. I'm Didier Smith, and joining me is Imperium for this all through the night. We got 2 more maps to go.
Yes.
Erangel and Miramar. Before we get to that, though, we want to look at some highlights from the last game. We want to talk about Reign's supremacy on that map that almost slipped away from when Destiny surprised them.
Yeah, almost did. I'm glad you mentioned that. They turned it around, they used it to their advantage. But it was this initial start of the game where we saw a bit of a fight with GMT and the side of 01D. But Godsend in the first 2 circles had so many opportunities to kind of third party and to slow both of those teams down. They didn't take it. They ended up paying the price, suffering too many casualties, and then Lubomir went out in, I think, kind of phase 4, phase 5. Just considering how well Godsend had played in the first 2 games, it was the last thing we expected.
Unicorns of Love yet to really show up and perform. They met Alien side and had all sorts of problems. This was the attack, though. This is where Destiny really thought they were coming out on top. But as you see in the kill feed, Shadow and turns up.
Like, it's always so difficult when you're looking to get an engagement through a window. It can definitely very much go either way. As it happens, the pre-fire shots and the accuracy went in the favor of Shadow, and beautifully played by them. And yeah, Unicorns of Love, it wasn't just Alien side, but because they were too late to go for that rotation and go for the engagements in that kind of phase 4 time frame, they ended up getting third party, and they went out far earlier than I expected.
And I want to talk about Bees as well, because they were in a great position and continued their split far longer than they really should have. Ended up getting run over by multitudes of teams from left, right, and center. But as you can see, it is Reign that came out on top there. Clash Azo, it's actually Shadowrun that's playing Trazen, and Jackie, I think, in there as well. So Reign, you know, from 16th to 1st, it's the way it is in PUBG sometimes.
Yes, it is, and it's a great turnaround. Look, this team and this roster, specifically outside of Shadowrun and Jackie, GG, MZ, Azer, and Trazen, they've been together for quite a while. And MZ himself is a veteran at this stage of the PUBG Mobile esports ecosystem. I remember casting him in the 2020 PMCO Spring Split when he was playing for a team called Hate. And they have all the ability in the world to turn this around. It's a good start on game 3, but with 2 more games to go, they need to keep it going, right? They can't have another 16th position result, because that will completely take away the points that they got from the Sanhok game.
And without taking too much away from them, they kind of had the freedom of the city walking in there as well. So everything was kind of, it was very much open for them. Here's the leaderboard, though, as it stands. 46 points. Godsend, but look at this.
So close.
The Esports now on 40 up behind them. Still only the 12 kills, but just consistent placements. GMT, of course, slipping away a little bit there after a poor result there. Team 12-18 out picking up the win on Miramar, but now Reign with the Sanhok win has put them right back in it. You know, 32 points, just 14 off top with 2 to go.
I know.
And let's talk about Unicorns, because they're 20 points out, and they've really done nothing so far, so there's still a chance.
You're dead right. Yeah, 14 points between Reign and first. That's less than a chicken dinner, never mind the kills. And it's still very well possible for Unicorns Law. But at the bottom of the standings, I think X9 and La Familia have a chance to at least kind of make it into around the top 5. There is prize pool for this. So it's not just that kind of first place. There is extra money for the higher ending position. So that is a motivation for these teams. But for Hydra, Destiny especially, they're still on 7 points in 3 games. That's honestly, it's not good enough, D-Man.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster for them, no doubt about it. And they're going to be kicking themselves, because they know had they won that fight against Rain, it could have been them taking the victory there.
Very
it could well
true.
have been they're in the same position. And honestly, at the time, it looked like they surprised
It
Rain.
did.
They caught them off guard. And I can't fault the push. I can't fault what they did. I felt they did it
Not at
right.
all.
They got the knock and they went for it.
Compared to the first 2 games, a lot more aggressive, a lot more proactive. So yes, you are dead right. Very, very good effort from Destiny. But if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. They're trying to prepare for the PMPL EU that starts in a week. This kind of tournament is a proven ground for both upcoming teams and experienced teams. They got to continue to try and prove themselves. The only way, in my eyes, is up. So game number 4 has to be on the up.
And I think about the rotation that they had. I don't know if they want to be record breakers, but that's where that quote came from, by the way. The botation Destiny had, they got away with it. I think they were very lucky to get away with it as well. Had Godson actually been a bit more, what's the word
Passive?
I'm after? Aggressive. Yeah, a bit more aggressive. They were more worried about what was coming at them, which actually turned around to bite them in the ass.
It was just that kind of phase 1 to phase 2, no real movement. That one player on the bridge that had minimum 2 opportunities to get a knock and a kill from behind. You had plenty of other points, and it was just definitely a big failing for Godsend. But that was in the past. We are moving into the present. We're moving into game number 4. We're back onto a wrangle. So the teams have already had an Erangel game to kind of feel themselves out. Yes, it was a military island circle, but it is still gonna possibly allow these teams to learn from their mistakes in the first game and apply it to this next Miramar game.
Absolutely. So going back into Miramar, obviously we had a relatively safe circle in the last game, cutting across from the northwest down to the southeast. It was a pretty safe path overall. So we'll see whether it continues to stay the same. Where is this playing path going to go across? Of course, I'm talking about Miramar. Erangel's playing path was horrible. Actually, what am I on about? But this one, that's a nice playing path. Everybody's going to be happy with that. It's a slightly long drop to Milton, but they can find some vehicles and get there quick.
Great for Destiny. They drop in Severity. They're going to be the first to move, the first to drop, the first to loot. They should realistically be one of the first teams to start rotating into the circle, depending on where it ends up going. Unicorns of Love, instead of going to Military Island, I imagine they will go for that. Sorry, they didn't go to Military Island in game 1. My apologies. They will go to that North George normal drop spot. 12-18 will go to South George. Alien Side Stall Bar. It's good on a 2-2 split. It's out of sight, out of mind for the time being, but I'm going to be very curious on how they move into this phase 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how it's going to work out. And more importantly, where the circle is going to be. Will it be up north? Will it be down south? Will we be back on Sosnovka? I can see 2 teams looking to try and drop over to the island. So they are continuing. And at this time, it is much safer circle. It encompasses, obviously, the Mount Everest sort of area in and around the entirety of Georgiopol. It's an enormous circle, and just about everyone's going to be safe on this one.
All the players can kind of breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Kind of that little bit of PTSD of game 1, thinking, please don't let it be a Millie Island circle. Please don't let it be a Millie Island circle. Indeed, it is. And if you are wondering why we are joining with 60 players, 15 teams, unfortunately, Major Pride, for whatever reasons, they decided to forfeit in the finals, which is a bit of a feels bad, man. The teams will be, of course, aware of that, and it does technically allow a little bit more space in the first couple of circles to occupy, but it won't have any real lasting impact. I've noticed that the EU teams are notably kind of aggressive in these first couple of circles. We compared to other regions such as South Asia, D-Man, where you can have 50 to 64 teams in phase 5. In this kind of EU MENA lobby, you have like 30 to 45, max 50 in phase 3, phase 4. It's great to see that aggression in the early circles.
Always looking to get those picks, get involved, try and find something and not play completely safe. As you can see in terms of drops, everyone playing it relatively safe. 12-18 and Godsent, the closest, as you can see on your screen there, in and around the crates and South George. So they're both very much separated and keeping themselves just a healthy distance. Unicorns are, of course, on the north side of George Pol as well. Destiny way up there in Severny. Everybody happy with their drop spots, I think. I don't think there's been too many that have had to worry. And also we should mention that Rain and Hydra are not fighting each other this time on Erangel, which they're certainly going to be happy about.
Now, when you're looking at positioning and kind of controlling areas of this phase one, you've got Everest, which is probably the best spot to be in, because this kind of circle on phase two could shift massively up north. It could go massively to the east. The Everest position, are able to get information pretty much in a 360-degree angle, so you're much more heavily prepared on phase two. Outside of that, Pachinki Hill for GMT could be a great spot for them to hold on to. The block buildings by the river just outside North George is also extremely valuable, because you do get information to a pretty decent distance on the southern part of the river, while also getting a lot of information to the north, west, and eastern side.
Absolutely. So just as they all go through the loot phase, it's a case of what you can find, get the best you can, get yourself stacked up. Where do we see this one going? It's always a tricky circle, this one. And, you know, speaking to teams many times about these similar circles, yes, this is, I would say, more of a south side circle, because obviously going by the river, but it is much harder to transition from south to north than it is from north to south. Weirdly enough, as that is, because of the compounds, the ones like Cube, where obviously holds that point. If you were to draw a line from where Roll Kids is stood right now and go directly east, that goes exactly into Cube, which is the bridge crossing, and it is a crucial part, certainly, of the circle so far.
And this is what I don't get with Destiny, right? They were a first team to drop and the first team to start looting, and they still haven't moved away from Severny. Whereas you look at Alien side, yes, they're not much further ahead, but every single meter can count in the first two circles. You let one team go ahead, that could be the reason why you're under more pressure phase two, phase three. I really want to see this improve from Destiny. They need to be a little bit quicker on the early rotations.
Here we go then. So we are starting to get a couple centering up here, looking sort of in and around sort of yellows, ruins, or actually I say yellows, they're blues these days, most of them. I think they did that on purpose just to catch us commentators out. We can't really give them a name anymore. I mean, blues isn't quite the same as the yellows, not as vivid and standing out as much, but
yeah.
Just playing itself, 12-18 here. They're aware that obviously Godsent are nearby in the crates, so you can see even though he's passing front six, back six there, he's still very cautious about his approach.
Yeah, Godsent do seem to be heading towards Everest. I think they already have one or two players there. So that's a good anchor point for them to hold on to. GMT not opting to go into Pachinki Hill, so that's left that open for Tip Top Esports to have a really good starting point in this phase one. 0-1D still looting around the Rozhok area. Hydra, I like the fact that they're kind of taking a bit more time to move in, because it's not that they don't want to let teams get ahead, but I think when phase two is about to pop up, being a bit more on the edge of the circle where they are allows them to react slightly better to a phase two shift.
Tip Top Fate still staying down at Novo. Going to be a late rotate for them. And I think that's OP that's down there as well with them, isn't it? Let's see whether they're going to come across. In terms of points, if you just joined us, well, I would say it's actually pretty close still. There's no clear favorite right now. Yes, Godsent had a great first two games and they're on 46 points at the top of the table, but honestly, all the way down to, say, 8th is just a 20-point gap, so it's certainly doable for anybody at this stage. But there is Godsent getting all the vision that they require, dropping into crates, and obviously it's an easy transition over towards the mountain, just waiting to see where the next circle will go.
For phase one, the spread on Everest is absolutely fine to cover when you have 4 players across the way, right? That is a beautiful spread from Godsend. But if phase 2 shifts either side of Everest more heavily, you're better off prioritizing one side as a full squad. It's so difficult to control both sides at once on Everest. You're better off prioritizing one and hoping for the best with that. So we'll have to wait and see how they react with this phase 2 shift. Destiny have rotated to that kind of southern shooting range hillside, which is definitely not a bad place to hold down. I would like to see them to send one player, even though I've criticized their weakness of losing a player early on, but I'd like to see them send one player a little bit more heavily down south. But phase 2 is about to shift up, and it does go down south.
Yeah, and Bees at the moment with their 2-2 split around the Pachiki Hills need to pull together pretty quickly here.
Yes,
Make sure they get prime position. You don't want to go into Pachinki itself. Nobody wants to go into that town. You've got to avoid as long as possible until you're absolutely certain it will be a town. Rain will post it up. They came out of shelter and posted themselves up on Potato Hill. They're going to go around the edge of Pachinki and go straight towards that hill. You can see bees quickly pulling together into that compound. It is a big compound to hold, but it's perfectly positioned.
South Pachinki Hill is absolutely imperative. Yeah, I'm okay with them not moving because there's going to be a lot of teams moving around them. They've been able to get a bit of information. They can take their time. Plus, they're still getting information on the teams to the north, right? Unicorns, Love, and 12-18. So if they can manipulate both of those teams, that's pretty good.
Well, Destiny are the ones that got the knock on towards the back of Alien side, just on the edge of Rozhok there. So, a bit of spray across the river. The danger of doing that is you still got to cross the river, and Alien side could well be ready for you, but they're going to try and blast it across the bridge while Alien side are reeling. They're going to pull up. They're going to pull up. They're going for it. They're driving in towards Rozhok. They're going for the kills on Alien side. They may well realize they need the points now, so the game's now or never.
Oh, I love this. I absolutely love this. This 3-1 Mihi on the flank is wonderful. Swave is going to go forward. He's going to join up with Mihi. Mihi gets knocked. Beautiful nade by Alien side. That's why I think it was very valuable for Swave to join him on the other side. But the confirmation comes through. Destiny lose a player early on. The aggression doesn't quite work out. On Alien side, they have the body advantage.
Labo trying to get the little peek around there. Sees Swave down low. And if he can be dealt with, that's a real problem for Destiny. And I tell you what, they're already getting the big vehicles. They're abandoning it. But they're abandoning their teammate, Swave. What he's going to do is Beat's going to try and get around to help out. Oh, wait, they're actually going for the flank here. Look at Rhino. Rhino's gone up behind him as well.
Woohoo! They're dealing with it all. Curry taking the shots onto Times. Times and Destiny players are going to move away. I respect Destiny. They're like, okay, we'll go for the engagement. We lose a player. Let's move out. It's not worth our trouble. Great play by Alien side. Really deserve a lot of respect. That spread allowed them to hold back 0-1D. But as Destiny have moved away, Alien side can focus a lot more heavily on the side of 0-1D.
So as they peel away and go back over the river to get that Overwatch position, as you see the kill feed in Tip-Top Fate, they're in Golden Fate with a fight with Hydra, it seems, and 12-18 were also in a fight as well. So multiple engagements happening around the map as we stick in Rozhok at the moment, following Alien side as they try to push in back onto 0-1D, but a revenge there as the nade lands.
Absolutely lovely. Look at that spread. You have that flank player on the side coming out into the open. Rhino gets taken down. Absolutely wonderful by Alien side. Curry is going to get knocked down, but it's a great return from his teammate. Really good movement from the side of Alien side. There's one more player from 0-1D on the south side of Rozhok, but realistically, he can do absolutely nothing.
Destiny on the full rotate as well. The circle pulls down. It's on the outskirts of Pachinki now into the hills. It's still looking great for Bees and Rain, by the way, who took that Pachinki hills earlier on in and around that little compound there. They can go up on the hillside. Now for OP also, they can move further north if they would like to. We were talking about Godsent earlier. They're going on the rotate now. Alien side left still fighting with O1D. I think they're trying to get out of there, but Alien side definitely coming out on top.
Unicorns love sweeping in on the western side, 12-18 just in front of them. B's position has been rewarded on this phase 3 shift. I also love Rain's reaction to these circles have been absolutely on point. I noted that Pachinki Hill was going to be important on phase 2. It's once again in the sightlines of phase 3. Hydra, Bleak, Snake doing what they can to just camp in the middle of the circle. He's the last player up for a side.
Tries to take a peek up on the hillside. GMT trying to occupy the same space. It is relatively covered up there, so obviously you have the tree cover, etc. La Familia have moved in. A lot of these teams trying to reposition in around those compounds, this big hillside. There is a danger that this pulls south again into that open farm fields, which is always a dangerous finish in itself. Unicorns of Love, as you pointed out, they're coming in the back of 12-18 at the moment. Rolkis has pulled up to scout that as GMT look further in the fields there, but that, I feel, is where the contact will happen. You can see 12-18 backing away. They realize Unicorns of Love are very close.
Oh, such an important fight for Unicorns Love. They're still in the running to be put into first place. But as we are just 2 games away of deciding who's going to be the winners, every single engagement counts. They're playing on the edge, but they have 3 players in front, 1 in the back line. Rokas has to try and back away. He's going to get in the vehicle to try and join up with the rest of his team. I think it's a little bit more important that he goes a bit more forward to create that level of anger onto the side of 12-18, push them back a little bit more. This is good movement from Unicorns of Love.
Absolutely. 12-18. You know, these teams are very close to each other in terms of points in the championship as well. So either team could come out huge here. 36 points for 12-18. Unicorns of Love on 26. So either really a big win here for Unicorns of Love if they could chase them down. They got a knock though. Rolkis does get knocked by 12-18 there, so they've got to be careful. They don't push a little too aggressive. Tamelia does manage to back away, and they don't really have the positioning figured out yet.
No, not quite. Again, I appreciate the proactivity, but not quite the real control or positioning. 12-18 responded accordingly by disengaging, but not scared.
That's a
They
lot of
just
field.
Allow the side of Unicorns Love to feel a little bit too safe. Indeed, that shift comes through. It's a massive southwest shift. It benefits the side of OP Devils, who are in that compound just north of the Ferry Pier Hill. Rain's reacting really well. So are Destiny. La Familia are still in play, but this fight between Unicorns Love and 12-18 now outside the circle continues to build up.
Absolutely. We'll get that map zoomed in so we can see what's going on. Godsent still playing very much on the edge. I can see Tip Top Esports on a full rotate. They may bump into the battle that was happening between Unicorns 11 12-18 as they try to rotate around the side there. Everybody else trying to find a position. This could be a case of pick a shack and stay in it.
Pick a shack, any shack, and hope for the absolute best. But also, when it's too early into the game, such as phase 4, it can often be a negative to go for a full send into shack in the middle of the circle, because there's no guarantee the circle is going to end there. And if your vehicles get blown up and the phase 6 circle moves away and there's still a number of players up, which at this stage is still 46, you can find yourself swiftly under pressure, taken out of the lobby with 1 to 2 points on board. So it's still not safe for the likes of Rain.
Absolutely. You can see Rain rattling the shots through, trying to see if they can connect anything. They do get one. This is the danger with those fields. Once you're in this sort of area, the smoke you know what? Smoke's not a wall. It may well take away
Yeah.
the vision, but if people are spraying through it and they connect, you will go down. Godsend getting involved. They connect a shot there as they move into the hills there. That is on the back. GMT holding themselves a tight position, but Godsend are kind of sending it as deep as they dare, and they are trying to get themselves a shack.
They've lost one, I believe. Could still have 3 players up. GMT are doing a wonderful job on that kind of northern building area just inside the circle down to Pachinki Hill. Tip Top being put under pressure. You said they might get into a little bit of trouble. It's not quite the fight between 12-18 and New Corners of Love as 12-18 moved in and they're being put under pressure by La Familia. Hell, they're taken out by La Familia.
Wow, that one could be pretty big. UOL trying to get something from this one. Rain in this one of those. I mean, the wooden shack has many names, let's put it that way, and that one is not a good one. Psycho does get finished off there, so Godsend will lose the player, but they did get themselves in there. This next circle shift could be pivotal. Bees have been in and around that compound for a long time. If it pulls further south again, as it has done the last 3 circle shifts so far, then they are in all sorts of trouble. Rain just trying to bully people away, sitting in this central position. Basically, they're like a little terrier dog right now. Get away from me.
But I love that, right? You need to be proactive, right? Because you don't want teams crashing around you. So it's wonderful by the side of Rain. And as it happens, the circle centers up and they're still comfortably inside it, along with 0-1D and Destiny.
These are the circles everybody hates in Erangel. Flat farm fields. That is all you have, and a couple of shacks. And we see GMT 3 in the car. You hate to see it, but they have to send it. They're going to go straight past Godsend. They did get a knock onto Godsend there, so they do try and move up. That smoke wall actually helping him out a lot there. Lubomir in all sorts of trouble. He needs to try and catch them off guard. Unicorns of Love, meanwhile, they're losing players on the left side of the circle at the moment as Ghost goes looking for it. Barrel in hand, goes around the rock, presses down. Lubomir trying to nade out what he can, but over the top he comes.
Lovely.
And he should just be able to barrel him down, but he gets turned back on him. Slow-mo with the molly will take down Nugget in the end, though, but Ghost is still yet to be shifted. Oh, he goes down.
That's really good from GMT. Pushing forward, having the utility in the back line, and then that man support beautifully played out by GMT. When they had 3 in the vehicle, I thought they were going to full send a pass. Godsend, right, and go into the circle, maybe play for a shack. But they're like, no, we're going to take this fight in front of us. Lovely Molly from OP Devils looks to shift back the members of Tip Top Fate with another nade in return. This compound fight is so difficult.
Not too sure where that nade was going, but it bounced off the wall and he ran away from it, so it's all good. Zook tries to line something up here, up into the top windows. This is all on the south side compound, really the one and only compound that's left standing here that isn't a tiny little shack in the middle of the field. And it is worth fighting for because it could certainly pull this way. It has pulled south a number of times already, and they're just trying to hold on right now. Still with 4 alive, Tip Top Fate, so they have to try and really come out on top in this one.
Oh, K2 gets knocked. Not quite safe for the members of Tip Top Fate. They still have a 2v1 in their favor. Luzona Phase 5 is closing in, playing on the outside. Sorry, it's 2v2. My apologies as OP Devils keep themselves off. Zook on a sliver of health as he cooks a pre-nade. That's very important, but it doesn't connect. He's going to be the last one standing, and down he goes.
They sat with nades non-stop, but all they needed was a couple of guns and the OP Devils come out. Yes, they had 2 knocks, but they'll be back on their feet and they got the kills for good. La Familia, they are holding, hoping. You can see them 3, and I think it's a 2-2 split. They've got the side X9 up on the hillside. X9 are going to go down. So at the moment, La Familia with the 5 kills counting, just 7 teams remain as more and more will be caught out, and you can see just the kill feed, and oh my word, the circle, it's gone Rain's way again, hasn't it?
How the hell are they getting the look in their favor? But fair play to them. Let's see if they can hold things out, because it's one thing the circle going in your favor in this kind of area of the map where it's all flat in front of you. It means that people are going to be do or die. Let's just go for the push. And if two teams surround them either side, Reigns could find themselves being blown up, being kind of third party, being sandwiched by two teams around them. So it's going to be easier said than done for them to control this late game.
The OP Devils are moving. Look at this. Unicorns of Love are coming into the south side. Looks like La Familia also making a smoke run as they try and move in on the backside of Destiny. Destiny getting the shots onto Unicorns of Love. They catch them off in the fields there. And the danger of this approach is you are just so open. There's so many shots sprayed in. As soon as that smoke screen goes down, everybody looks this way. And Rain realizes he's got a team up close. It's the OP Devils rolling up, but the nades are coming out.
Rain, look at the supremely Rain inside this game. Destiny, though, they're under their own pressure. The multiple pickpocket fights inside this phase 6 is incredible to watch. But I just love this aggression from Rain. Absolute no fear, just fight. They're taking risks, but they're making it work. They still have a full squad up, D-Man. That's very rare in this kind of circle for how long they've been here for.
Oh, bees have crept up behind GMT, and Papula absolutely guns him down. Woo-hoo. Deadly stuff there. Wasn't catching him. Get ready for that when Dog gives me a ball. She wants to play ball. There we go. Thank you for that. I'm in a crucial moment in the game here, Amy.
just make sure that ball isn't a nade, because right now these teams are chucking out the nades left, right, and center. GMT down to 2. You highlighted it, punished by bees across the way. OP Devils still have the horn to try and win this game.
Oh, the crate to Rain
up from the shack.
The crate just drops on top of Rain. Would you believe it? It doesn't rain, it pours. That's for sure. They have the circle, they have everything, and they just get a crate delivery. As you saw there, a couple of players already dropping the backpacks, trying to see what they can do to keep themselves safe with 6 teams alive. Rolkis falls as well across this wayside, but Unicorns are love putting the damage down. Bees now outside the circle. Look at that circle shift. It's GMT and Rain that have the circle. One of these teams could go top of the table if they come out well here.
Neon goes down, OP Devils left with 1, but that's going to be the end of Unicorns of Love. They survived until the top 6 with a couple of kills on board. It's honestly the best they could have asked for.
GMT, I don't know how many smokes they've got left there. Papula on Rain, also doing what they can. GMT off the side. And now with just 4 teams alive, it's La Familia. I mean, they have 4 alive as far as I'm aware, but it's a horrible run. My dog.
Yes, I can hear Amy in the background playing with the squeezy toy. It's absolutely wonderful. Such a tension builder. Rain looking to squeeze their opponent's breath out of their lives and claim a second chicken dinner back-to-back. The French side are looking good, they're feeling good, and they're performing
They've
good.
only got 2 kills. That's all Rain have got. They really, I feel they maybe wish they had more of this. They've been knocking people left and right. They've obviously, you can't flush them out when they're in the smoke. You get the knock, sure, but you've got no way to finish them off. And look at La Familia. They are working their way up the trench, and Rain are going to be close to being in nade range soon. But so are La Familia. And as soon as that nade lands, it opens up the door, and you can see it has a absolutely tossing everything he can. Out goes the molly. They're risking it to go a little bit silhouetted to try and push in there, but they get wasted down.
This is absolutely amazing from Rain. They have 1 in the circle covering an anchor point. You have 2 putting pressure, and then you have 1 in a little bit more of a backline to hold things down in a much stronger way. This is blueprint on how to control an end open circle.
2 for GMT, 1 for Bees. La Familia go. That is them out. And now Rain with 4 alive are looking absolutely solid, but it's slow-mo that's starting to tip out those nades. And look at this. MZ going looking. He wants to start driving through the smoke, drawing that fire. He's going for everything, every bush, every smoke, anything he can find to draw the attention, and the rest of his team will back him up. Oh, he's found
This
one.
is classic, and he runs one over. He looks for another. One player left. He gets knocked down, but this should still be the call for Rain to get the final kill, and then they do. Rain get back-to-back chicken dinners.
That is the result they were looking for. Sure, it's only 6 kills, but it's the 15-point win that they got there. For GMT, though, a 12-point position for second place and 8 kills is massive as well. A 20-point game for them. They're going to be absolutely delighted about it. And the tension, I tell you what, it is absolutely palpable. There's no doubt about it. My dog was excited. I was excited. And it opens up things for Miramar.
Man, so much to break down. I really have so many words to describe how Rain played that last game. But you highlighted GMT 12 kills. Very good game from them.
Yeah, my dog's happy, my camera's not, that's for sure, but at least you guys can hear me. I don't know what's going on with the internet today, but somewhere, some way, I go away to Stockholm, I come back and everything's gone to pot, but what we've got right now is fantastic PUBG Mobile. We have the 5th and final game coming up after the break.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the ESL Mobile Open, and it is the final match of the PUBG Mobile Fall. I am Lee Demon-Smith, and joining me is Imperium as we move to Miramar for the final game. But before we get there, let's talk about the last matchup. Let's talk about Erangel, because that has pulled things incredibly close, I feel, for Rain and GMT.
Rain in that game were PEL.
I think you muted
level.
yourself, Imperium. I think you've muted yourself. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you have.
I muted myself on Discord, but I was unmuted on the broadcast. Sorry about that. I'll kind of repeat myself to you, so at least Rain's performance in that last game, and it's not that I don't want to feature other teams, but I just really need to talk about Rain. Their performance in that last game was PEL quality performance, and when I say PEL, I'm talking about the Chinese teams. They're known to have a lot of confidence in the way they play the game and how they spread themselves out, and little things like not relying on just being in the shack, moving out a bit to the side, taking shots. You highlighted that they only had 2 kills, but they had a hell of a lot of damage in that game, which pushed teams back, manipulated the traffic. And then the icing on the cake of what was a fantastic game is they sent 1 player in the car and drove around, got 1 kill in the car, and then spotted out the final 2 players. You see that so much in PEL. You see that so much because you have the body advantage. The best way of searching out your opponents is to create a bit of a baiting moment, and you see it right here. MZ knew exactly what he was doing, but it didn't matter because the rest of his team followed up and got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, it's just simply a mechanism to find them. So MZ has a Shadow N, Trazen, and Jackie GG for Rain. Back-to-back chicken dinners. We were talking about they were null and void, and I want to just point it out because they had 6 points combined from the first 2 games. 0 from game 2 as they went out 16th place. Of course, they had that fight with Hydra on Miramar, where we're going right now, of course. So I don't think they're going to be dropping into Pozo along with those. But now look at this. GMT at the top of the table with 60 points. Rain up behind them with 53. And Godsent, who really started off strong with the first and second across the first 2 maps, falling to the wayside. 47 points. They picked up just 1 point, I think, from 2 maps is all they've managed to collect.
Yeah, and I'm tempted to say that I kind of want to say any of the top 5 could claim the chicken dinner. However, 0-1D only have 12 kills, and I just don't think that's enough. Credit to them in the last game. They did pick up more kills in that last game comparative to previously, so they do look to be at least ramping things up a bit more from an aggression standpoint. But I just struggle to think they're going to get the job done. Moving on to the second half of the standings, it's kind of very similar, to be fair. Destiny in 14th, OP Devils in 10th, Tip Top Fade in 9th. It's pretty standard to how they've all performed in the first 4 games.
It's incredible that Hydra have just 7 points with 6 kills when you think 4 of those kills came from Rain on Miramar. Like, what happened in the rest of the games? Oh my god, I'm a pixel mess. You look wonderful and beautiful. I'm a pixel mess. But at least you can hear me, boys. And don't worry, it's not my face you need to look at. It's going to be the game anyway.
See, here's the thing. Your face is so beautiful that the connection just can't handle and process every single pixel of beauty. So it's just like, no, I'm done. I'm going home. So
look,
it's a massive compliment.
You have that nice big fiber pipe now connected to your apartment. You got it recently.
Yeah, I do. I'm like 1
Yeah.
gigabyte internet.
Yeah. You got the best. Meanwhile, German internet, it's almost like there's an election going on and it's the results night. So I think quite a few people are doing stuff tonight to try and find out who the new German government will be. But anyway, that aside, That's not the focus. The focus is Miramar. The focus is where we're going. Now, as you pointed out, you know, it's like 20 points roughly, you know, or more if you win a game. You get 15 points, obviously the placements, but you're generally going to pick up around about 5-6 plus kills in that spot. So anybody that comes out on top, and as you pointed out, like even down to 9th place, 25 points, they have a big pop-off game. They may well get up there if somebody does badly at the top. And we should point out the prize money is not just about the top spot. While obviously you want to be the champion, the prize money does feed down quite nicely. So everybody with a lot to fight for here.
It is really kind of, you know, it's now or never for a lot of these teams. They've built up a foundation of points, whether you're GMT, Rain, Godsent, Bees, 0-1D, or 12-18. However you've done so, you've still built up that foundation of points. Now you've got to turn that points into a prize, into that first place. For 12-18, they won the first Miramar game of the day, so that automatically puts them in a little bit more of a, hey, we can do this. But GMT weren't exactly far behind. They got a number of kills in the first Miramar game. They showed up their strength, and without a chicken dinner, they proved they have what it takes to still be on top of the standings.
Yeah, it was a tough circle that shifted south quite a few times, obviously pulling them down towards what was a catastrophe around Hacienda. Everything going wrong there for multitudes of teams. Very interesting to see how this one's going to work out, because you know what? That's a pretty central circle from what was a pretty fair playing path as well. Do we see any adjustments from Rain? Because obviously we talked about the fact they went into Pozo, you know, they bumped into Hydra. That could have been purely based off the playing path itself, because it was the first major city they pass over.
That's a really good question. That's a really good question. You can give them the benefit of the doubt in the first Miramar game that they weren't expecting a team to drop with them. Even though you see the parachutes landing, you should be able to prepare better. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They're in second place, 7 points behind GMT, where every single point counts. If you're going to drop in El Pozo, it's a pretty big city. You drop to the very edge so you're able to disengage. Either that, or they just go to a secondary drop spot. It would be tough, because that then changes up your pathing rotation, which can be tricky. It's up to them. Once, whatever they do, D-Man, they do it with confidence, I'm okay with it.
Absolutely. It's a tense moment for everyone involved, as we were talking about. So I just want to reiterate how close this is, because the map is about to start, and we'll go it in a moment because we want to see where the playing path is going to be. Miramar going to be the final game of the night. It is a fair playing path for everybody involved. We're already seeing Alien Side and Tip Top Fate bailing out of that plane early. They are going to separate. If you remember right last time, Tip Top Fate were clashing as well in La Cabrera. That's not going to happen this time around. There's going to be the Pozo drops and San Martin, and we got to keep our eye, because I see Rain in that dog pile.
Oh boy. GMT first place with 60 points. Rain in second place with 53. Godsent in third with 47. Initially, those are the top three that we're looking at. Two of the top three are known to drop in El Pozo. At the moment, it's only Godsent who are heading to El Pozo.
So Rain are going for the water treatment. Hacienda split. I do see Hydra actually tracking them at the moment. By the way, they're going in sort of in and around San Martin, it seems. Oh, and it is a south circle. Wow. Chimacera, very much central point for that one. That is a triple-layered city, the town that can really offer a lot of cover. And we were talking about Hydra. They love to fight first. This is 0-1D. They want to avoid the fights. They themselves have 41 points. They have a chance still.
Oh, yeah, you're not far. Oh, yeah, to be fair, you make a really good point. But a knock is being laid out onto one of the 0-1D players. Massively important fight. Hydra, they have one player down, but they're not afraid to push knock. They technically have much less to lose. The 0-1D, they do not want to back off. If they can turn this around, get the revive off, keep them up as a full squad, it'd be perfect. Plus, Hydra they just had their second player knocked down. They are left with 2 active players.
They only have 6 points, so right now they're being just an absolute nuisance. They will get the flush come through, so now they're definitely down to 2. Let's see what they can do. They know they're up there. Tell a lie, that was another knock. That was another knock, and they can push this one. They know there's one man standing. Shitos is going to be the man that goes up there first, gets a little pre-fire on the corner there, draws it through with the Tommy gun, and absolutely perfectly executed. 4 kills for 0-1D. That immediately puts them on 45 points.
Love it. Absolutely love it. This team that started off very passive, trying to find their feet, but now they found their flow, they found their flavor, they found their fight in the last couple of games. And in the most important game, the final game, they start things off strong with this squad wipe. They have the cojones to take this first place. Honestly, D-Man, I'm firmly behind them for this last game. I feel the power of 0-1D Esports.
We shouldn't forget about 12-18 though. The winners of Miramar, and obviously pretty much centered up here. They did drop in and around Chimicera last time, and they can pretty much pick where they want to be. The only thing that's going to be in their way is the Unicorns of Love at the moment around Vela de Mar, of course, and Minas del Val. So they've got to be careful they don't bump into one another, but that is a very large area. Trust me, there's a lot of valleys through there. It can be very dangerous territory with such topography of the map. Huge hills.
Teams should, though, for the most part, try to prioritize the southern half of the circle because of the higher ground that it holds on to. Yes, you can defend and possibly, hold back a couple of teams in the northern half of the circle. But to me, you want to prioritize the south or hold on to kind of the east or western edge. Like Tip Top Esports position on the hill, or currently Monte Nuevo, but just the southern hills to the south of that area would be absolutely perfect in this phase 1.
I just want to say, how unlucky was he looting there? He's still not got a helmet. He got a tier 1 vest. He hadn't really got a decent weapon either. He was just like, there's nothing here. What is going on? So he's not having a good time there, Unicorns of Love. But somebody is having a good time. That's 3 in a car, I think, wasn't it? It's 3 in a car. Yes, Rain with 3 in a car. Shadowend's the only man that's separating from them. And they're going north, straight towards Tip Top Fate. They want to rotate. Oh no. What? They're playing it so cautious that they're going for this massive loop rotate, clockwise rotate. They've got to be careful they don't bump into Tip Top Fate up there.
No, that's... I'm kind of curious, and I might even message MZ after this game, whatever happens, even if they win or lose, and question why they seem to be heading in the opposite direction, at least initially, unless they're going for more vehicles. That's something, because remember, 3-in-1 vehicle, so they might have gone, okay, well, we'll go more up north. We know there's vehicles there, and it seems to be the case. I believe they're all in separate vehicles, so I think that's the reason why they headed up north.
Yeah, so they have managed to find a couple more cars. It did get them very close to Tip Top Fate, but they are fine with that. Alien side just in the blue, so they need to get themselves moving. Campo Militar, the furthest point, of course, from the circle as everybody's rotating down. Chimicera, of course, the center point. Some fantastic areas, by the way, on the edge of Chimicera with a really good aerial view. I think that's where X9 are heading already. They look to be sort of getting in that position, and B's, I think we're doing the same coming out Picardo, but I think they're actually pretty happy where they are right now. They don't seem to rotate, and I wonder if they're going to try and catch a few people on the rotate. GMT, of course, the #1 team currently on the way down as well. They're going to be passing B's with Destiny way off in Los Leones. Yeah, it looks close on the map, but that is a huge area.
To be honest, Bees to me have been a little bit too slow disengaging away from Picardo. It's not too slow that they will get punished for it, but when I'm talking about what I really ideally like to see from competitive teams and at a higher competitive level, an earlier rotation from Picardo, especially in this kind of circle where they have a very easy path line to the southern edge, it's advisable that you move early and take advantage of that.
Absolutely. They continue down 12-18, going for what looks like a 3-1 split of some variety. Tip Top Esports are moving in towards that villa compound south of La Cabrera. And Unicorns of Love looks like they have their loot, maybe, as they are starting to move up towards the hillsides as well as Valdemar. So everybody kind of happy. Destiny just having a bit of scouting here. They do have GMT for nearby.
They do, but GMT are more in a little bit of a dip and an important fight. I don't know if they know. Yeah, they have no idea about Destiny coming there. A lovely vehicle being blown up. Sheriff gets himself knocked down. Great response. Swave takes advantage.
And they've got to try and get out there and get Sheriff back on his feet. Now, obviously, the huge warehouse does give him the cover, but yeah, is Destiny going to push? Yes, they are. Look, they've got a vehicle swinging around the south, so they're trying to get the off shot that goes on the left-hand side of where Swave is right now, but that is a big road take. Where's he going? He's going up on the hill on the left.
But he could have gone to the hill on the right. He could have gone to the right, and that would have been a much better flank. In my eyes, closer to his teammates, quicker to the fight. Sheriff, I believe, is getting revived, if I'm not mistaken. Badly missed opportunity for Destiny in the end of phase 1. GMT right now, they'll look to get away with it. The revive has been pulled off. And as phase 2 is about to pop up, they'll probably look to disengage. GMT not afraid to take a fight. They've proven it in the game so far, but as they are only 7 points ahead of second place, they know this is a bit of a do or die fight. It's not worth it. Slow-mo moves down onto the hotels of Pecado. I'm not going to say they're running scared, but I appreciate that disengagement from GMT.
Yeah, but Ghost is getting surrounded as he gets Misha down.
Oh my God.
And he's going to be able to flush it. He's going to be able to flush. He's got to be careful because he's got to get it quick and get out of there because the rest of the team coming in. Flush that kill already. There we go. Flushes it. Now he realizes the rest of the team are above him. And here comes his team in support.
God.
So he's going to get the smoke down. Now GMT are coming in behind them. Now they move up on the... And they are going to surround the compound. They are. And now Destiny are the ones being trapped by GMT.
The hunters become the hunted.
Woo!
Swave gets knocked. It's all going horribly
Oh
wrong
my
for
word.
GMT and GG69 with the mini 14 close range. Just absolutely BMs Destiny.
Beast is the last man standing. He's out in the open. There's nothing he can do. He gets the one down, but the swing comes in. The rest of the team are there. They'll get the revive, and it's a 4-point kill for GMT as Destiny are wiped out in what really should have been their fight.
Like, that kind of blows my mind. You're dead right. That should have been Destiny's fight. They made two big mistakes. One, not pushing more aggressively. There's a time for a big flank and there's a time for a not big flank or small flank. When you don't have an initial knock, a big flank is great, but when you get that initial knock, either a small flank or a straight push is way more advisable. They allowed the revive to get pulled off. They got baited by the disengage from GMT. Mihi got caught out, got knocked, and then the rest of GMT thought, okay, well, we'll go back in for the fight and took him out. It was beautifully played by GMT, but very poor from Destiny.
So GMT make themselves 4 points, putting them 64 points. Meanwhile, Rain, as you saw there, under fire from Godsend. Godsend's trying to set up a bit of a camp on the South Road, but Rain's wide swing in vehicles has paid off for them. They're going to come up to the hills of La Trelera and wait for where this next circle will pull to.
Yeah, we've had kind of a decent bit of action, so we didn't really know too much about that phase 2, but with it shifting up north, if anything, I think it puts even more of an importance on the southern half of the circle. The hills around the Chumacera are going to be incredibly valuable, which is why Unicorns a lot went from that kind of La Drillera southern hill over to a more central hill to the south of Chumacera.
OP Devils and La Familia very much rotating parallel with one another on the south side at the moment, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Looks like La Familia are going to pull up and OP Devils will carry on, so nothing happening there. Here's 01D or 01D, whichever you prefer, down in and around there. They had set themselves up in Chumacera, which I think was a good choice. Unicorns of Love also on the rotate, as they do try and pull up on the hills here.
Oh, no.
They have Tip Top. Oh, Rolkis is pulled up right next to him.
Oh, no. He's going to be put under a little bit of pressure. XE pushes him forward.
Oh
It's a trade
my
on the knock,
God.
but that's going to be Tip Top getting a 3-piece up on board. Unicorns of Love now just down to 1.
Of all the guns to rush into an M249, you've got bullets for days, ladies and gentlemen, and Unicorns of Love, who were really one of the #1 teams coming into this one, as Panda, have really met their match there and gone down in a relatively sad display on the hillside. Oh, that circle shift.
Yeah, that circle shift to the southwest. What did I say about the southern half of the circle? The Chumasera Hills, so incredibly valuable. Now Reigns are going to have the western side, and they're going to be able to control a little bit more, the likes of Godsend, Tip Top Fate, possibly. This is very, very good for them. X9 going into the southern part of Chumasera, it's not bad, but I think it's a bit too much of a commitment. I'd like to see them go to the very, very western edge of that area, which just seems like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, it would do. And that leaves a space for GMT actually to go onto that little precipice sort of edge of Chumasera. Unless 1218 get there first, because 1218, of course, are coming across.
That's true, mate.
Tip Top Esports will be on the top of the hill as well, giving a bit of a view. Reigns rotate has actually paid off for them, right? They're just south of La Drillera, on the far side, western side of the circle. They know there's nothing behind them, so all they're looking for is what's in front. And what is in front? Godsend, who took the shots on them as they passed on by. Meanwhile, look at Alien side. They are taking the big rotate. They're going to come in either at the back of O1D or the back of Rain.
They might even look to swing down the main road and come through the hills of Valdemar, to be fair, around the Minas de Val area. So curious to see how they pull that rotation off. I'm kind of okay with that. We'll have to wait and see if 0-1D are ready to kind of take a couple of shots off maybe Reigns for the time being.
GMT have made it in safe.
Esports. GMT have made it in safe, but Tip Top Esports, I think their spread is a little bit too thin on this phase. They need to have a core 2-2 or 3-1 in my eyes.
Oh, who's that pulling in amongst Rain? I think it's O1D. Yes, it is. Straight into Rain at the moment, and that's a problem. Shadow End's coming in. The shots. Rhino goes down, but the rest of the team try to follow on. I think they're probably going to divert. Yes, they will. The scout's been shot down, and that gives a kill to Rain. Ooh,
that
MZ.
also alerts Alien side, who opted to go in towards that northwestern edge on the open hill. MZ holding onto the roof for the time being. He's done a wonderful job of holding them down, but now he either backs away or he gets support from the rest of his team as soon as possible.
He knows the backside is kind of safe. His teammate have him covered there, so that's why he's keeping this side of it. But he wasn't ready for that. The little spin around from Ray, and Rain are going to lose a player. There's nothing they can do about that.
Honestly, it's not the worst thing in the world, but Azer with the spray prone down, M4 6X on point. But I just want to say it's not really the worst thing, because if you look at that circle shift, it's gone massively over to the east. It's actually gone into Chumasera.
Oh my word.
Into Chumasera, the last thing I expected.
Absolutely love Chumasera finishes. It is a triple tiered city. 3 layers layered on top of each other, and if it pulls up or down, it is death for anybody that's not in the right position. If they have to run down the hill, it is suicide. If they have to go up the hill, it is disaster. GMT hold a very strong position for this circle.
What's better than a triple-decker sandwich? That's a Chumasera finish in Miramar, as Godsend just pick up a couple of free kills upon a rotation outside of the circle. That's good by Godsend. Sometimes deciding to wait a little bit off the back of a hard shift can be beneficial, because you benefit from teams panicking on a rotation.
Rain down to 2. And trying to get in with Trazen. They are the last two standing as Godsend Lubomir tries to light them up the hill, but they will make it so far, but they're going to run either straight into Tip Top Fate or into Bees. Which way will they go? If they go in the dip, they go into Tip Top Fate. Lubomir has to back away from that one. Oh, they've committed. They've gone straight in. They're split in a 1-1, and it is just find a hole right now for Rain.
Luckily, I think because there's enough teams inside Chumacera, nobody's willing to push it, right? I don't know how Trazen survived, but by God, as if luck hadn't been on their side enough over the previous 2 games, in the final one, the Baguettes rise up and Rain still hold on. But that split is very, very important in terms of they're able to give information to each other, but they're not able to support each other.
If the camera just pans to the left, you'll see GMT. They hold the hillside ridge, and it's really just a massive aerial overlook over everything down below them. It is a prime position that they are holding, and they have a beautiful 2-2 split as well, just making sure the backside is covered. They are directly underneath us. This is the view that GMT will have over everybody right now, and it is such a nightmare of a place. Close quarter combat can be deadly, but you also have players that will absolutely shine in this position.
I love the fact that Trazen is still being somewhat proactive. He's like, yeah, you know what, I'm on my own. I have four walls around me. It's okay. Nobody's really going to push.
Shadow does nothing.
Gonna take some shots.
He's in the ditch. He's not even in a ditch. He's in the open.
Oh my lord. Godsend, as I said, benefited early on, so it made it easier for them to enter the edge of phase 4 because there's a little bit of a space around them. But that phase 5 shift, oh my sweet Mary mother of PUBG Mobile Circle gods. If GMT weren't laughing in the previous circle, look at that, another hard shift to the east.
Let's not rule out 12-18 because that position is a real danger to GMT, and also Geist is sort of sat there still from Unicorns of Love, the single player that could just be a real thorn. GG69 is going to be the man that really has to keep an eye on them. Godsend. Now this is the danger. When it goes into a city, you really have to pick the right moment. If you're in there at the right time, it's fine. If you're not, everyone is looking at you coming in, and you are almost certainly going to go down. And this is GMT's position. You can see this is the view they have, and they're going to try and pick off as many as they can.
But you also have to look all around. You have to cover 360 because Bees, although they're not in the circle, they do still have the ability to punish the players of GMT. Not quite for the time being. Nades being thrown up by Ghost. Look to see that player from Tip Top go down. That's going to be a confirmed kill. Fate lose another player in slow-mo. He's covering the side. This is very valuable. 2 players covering that bottom side of the hill is pretty perfect.
Slow-mo, and we were talking about this, right? Again, 360. They're all taking a lot of damage here.
What the hell?
Alien side pouring in onto GMT. They could just roll the nades down on the side, but they have to confirm those kills. Don't forget about Papula that's already there for Bees as well. But GMT, yeah, they should be able to decimate Alien side here as they try and make that push, and that is more kills for them. They just need to try and be careful as they do it. Ray being the last one down there.
Oh my god, Alien side just throwing a spanner in the works. I'm a little bit surprised Bees haven't been a bit more aggressive on that. They now send it in, but Rhea does get the knock on the arm. Ran, that's going to be a confirmed player going down for them. Papula chucks up Enable. It's massively
You can't do that. Yeah, you just can't do that. It doesn't reach. And I think is it Ghost that's maybe going for the flank around there.
Oh
Bees are still losing players. Reyes down there, but Pula tries to smoke himself up. Reyes got another one down. Godsend, meanwhile, have found 12-18 as they push in. And Godsend have got to be, GMT have got to be careful, right? Because they also have the other team up on top that also tried to push their position. So they've got to be careful. They can't overcommit to this one. Meanwhile, Godsend are taking it to 12-18. GMT's competition is being wiped out right now.
They're already on 8 kills, but they have such a high base amount of points. We've got 10 teams left. You're dead right about Godsend laying the herd onto the players of 12-18. But let's not forget about Rain, D-Man. Their 2 players that were split in the previous circle are back together on the northeastern edge of the circle. Phase 6 closes up and moves down south.
And that's 1 kill confirmed. They've still got a long way to go, though. With GMT collecting so many kills, they were already ahead in points. I think they've got about maybe 7 kills by now, GMT. So make that 8. I think Bees are certainly going down as well. GMT can just absolutely clear them out there. Ghost gets another. I think they've got 10 kills and counting.
They have indeed. Rain can enter into this. It's going to be easier said than done, but the fact they started moving so early into phase 6 popping up is incredibly valuable.
Now the real danger for GMT exists. Godsend moving in, but GMT see them already, and it is an absolute rinser. Don't forget Godsend were close in terms of points, but GMT are dominating Chuasera.
Oh my lord, they got so close to winning in the first Miramar game of the day. They're putting themselves in so good of a position in this last game of the day, the second Miramar.
Trazen is going hunting. He knows that they're there, but he's going to get caught in the back. Ghost will take him down.
Once again.
And that was the backstab that Rain were looking for, but GMT saw it coming. They've got 11 kills and counting, and you can see Shadowman, the last man standing, is out in the blue, and that is going to punish. Look at his health go down. He can do nothing about it.
I don't know why, if he didn't have a load of meds, why he didn't join up with Trazen. That could have been a trade, right? Little bit of a mistake from Rain in my eyes as a duo together, but 12-18, they survived, they kept themselves up as a full squad, and now as they move up the hill, despite GMT putting pressure on a number of teams around them, 12-18 are still trying to put the hurt, and I believe that's going to be the end of Godsend.
Yeah, Slow-Mo got Unicorns of Love down there as well. 14 kills and counting. Ghost does go down, but my God, they are going down in an absolute hail of bullets. Tip Top Esports off the side with 12-18. You can see just Tip Top Fates out there, and GMT with the circle all the way, but they have fought for this. Now, let's not forget, Tip Top Fate left this position to go to the west side of Chumasera, and GMT moved into it.
Just to clarify, as much as 12-18 have done a great job of surviving into the top 4, with the amount of lead that GMT had over 12-18 coming into this game, it was always going to be difficult enough. And the fact that GMT have rocked up into the top 4 with 14 kills, this is their finals, this is their tournament. I can't see anything else happening. Despite Slow-Mo being knocked down, it's one and done. It's done and dusted. GMT are incredible.
Yeah, they have certainly dominated from a position. Thun's aggression, in fairness, you can't sit here and be passive. There's no doubt about it. Tip Top Esports, there goes the molly down onto 12-18. That has to force them away. Now, the circle has shifted, which is why you saw GMT backing away there, because they know they have to reposition. They may not take themselves the chicken dinner here because of this circle shift, but they've already secured it in terms of kills. 12-18 are going to have to kill, I think, everybody in the server and get the chicken dinner to have a hope, and I'm still not sure it's enough.
The only way GMT can enter into the circle is by shifting through the direction of 12-18, but that's going to be easier said than done because of Tip Top Esports holding down that little bit of a hill gap in between the roadside. Ghost gets sprayed up, not quite taken down, half health still through.
Yeah, 23 points. Even if they get the chicken dinner, it still won't be enough for Tip Top Esports here. Tip Top lay it down. GMT, nothing they can do about that one. 12-18 will peek over and take advantage of that. GMT basically in the grinder as they try to move up the hill. They've still got 5. So as the other 2 teams do fight each other, it's bought time for Sheriff. Sheriff is the first man that got knocked, if you remember rightly. Slow-Mo might get revived down there as well. I think he is. Ghost is going to get him back on his feet. So that's 3 GMT members up close on the hillside, and now 12-18 and Tip Top, they have to fight each other, and GMT can watch.
Oh, Takana 4 with the knock on board to leak on the stupid pig. GMT is going to clean up. Tip Top, they're getting double teamed.
Getting double team. Ghost has been absolutely on point today. No doubt about it. Look at that. 7 kills and counting. The knock finally comes in from Toluca. And it was, I would say, deserved. The push will come around the side. Tip Top trying to do it. Doesn't matter. They get gunned down from the side as well. And that will be Tip Top going down. GMT will get surrounded. 12-18 will take the win. But it is GMT that will take the championship. A phenomenal performance from them. 16 kills. Second place, which will obviously give them another 12 points on top. 28 points gives them that 88-point victory. Incredible stuff from GMT. Yes, they didn't get a chicken dinner throughout, but it doesn't matter when you deliver like that.
The amount of kills, the amount of proactivity, just so many plays were pulled out excellently. And you talked about the coach they have on their team, a veteran in the FPS scene and the Battle Royale scene. That proves to be very worthwhile for the members of GMT. And you can see they've absorbed the high level of confidence of knowing how to rotate, knowing how to engage, knowing how to turn a fight around. Because in the end game, like, yes, okay, they kind of got helped by 12-18. If 12-18 hadn't done nothing, Tip Top probably would have put more pressure onto them, but they still got the revive, stayed up as a 3-man team, and turned it into second place.
And it was all from Destiny, right? Destiny had them dead to rights, right? They caught them off. They got a knock. They should have pushed it. They chose to back away. They let GMT get the revive in, and GMT punished them. But going back to your point, it's ironic that they do win this without winning a victory, because that's exactly what Elite Player did at GLL, the coach. So they won a tournament of what, I think 15 games that one, and they didn't win a single chicken dinner, but they still consistently delivered in terms of placements and kills throughout the tournament. But GMT, you know, it's always the case. If it goes to Masera and you are holding that position, you can win the game, but you have to be proactive, and they were.
And don't get me wrong, it was a surprise to me when it shifted once again to the east, to holding on to that area. And yes, there was a couple of weird moves with Alien's side, for example, and maybe B's not, you know, being as aggressive as they could have been, but GMT just were constantly moving, constantly shooting, constantly putting the pressure on the opponents around them. 12-18, they deserve a lot of respect on this, right? They got a number of chicken dinners. They played extremely well in the first Miramar game. They actually won both Miramar games, and that does say something. But at the end of the day, when the consistency isn't there, you're down and out. And GMT's consistency was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, incredible in both Miramar games. It's like makes them the specialists overall. I mean, I would say if 12-18 realized the situation, they maybe could have pushed GMT's position while GMT were fighting Alien side and
You're dead right.
Bees that were both down there. However, I think they were being pressured from behind, if I'm not mistaken, at the time. So I think Godsent were pressuring them 12-18 from behind, weren't they?
But remember, I think it was phase 3 maybe, when you highlighted that even GMT were heading towards that position, and you noted that 12-18 might get there before them. So they could have gone there. Now, I know that's hindsight is 2020, and it's very easy to say that, but it does make a difference, because where 12-18 ended up going, although it wasn't bad, it made it a lot harder for them to be aggressive and proactive. So they deserve to win because they got out of a very sticky situation with Godsent around them. But if they had moved in a little bit deeper to that higher ground, they could have racked up more kills, because they have the capabilities of controlling games like GMT did. You just have to put yourself in that position, and they didn't.
Yeah, and we should point out that, you know, the circle could easily have gone down the hill, and suddenly that position that was so strong for GMT is gone. And it is a horrible position suddenly, because you've got to get down that hill, and it is just a turkey shoot as everybody tries to go down the hill. It's hilarious to watch for us, because it's just like a wave of smoke and grenades. So that's generally how it works out. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. I think a shout out for Rain as well, you know, to pull it back
definitely.
so close as it was and pick up the back-to-back chicken dinners themselves. You know, certainly I would feel that they played it a little too safe in that last game, and it's always that danger that you fall into. You know, think of they went north, they got more vehicles, and they still went for that huge rotate, coming in as safe as they could. And unfortunately for them, you know, coming in safe doesn't always work out for them, and it just put them out of position too far.
I don't think they did too bad of a job on that early game safer rotation, but I do see your point. For me, it was that kind of moment where they lost MZ, and it felt like the calmness went, right? And the panic set in, where they, instead of when the next circle shifted and it went massively over to the east, and the likes of Godsend stayed kind of safe, they stayed kind of calm, cool, and collected, whereas, you know, it was all panic from Reigns, and that's the kind of thing where it low-key separates the good teams from the best teams. I will say that Reign, who are formerly Clash, do look a lot better than they did a couple of months ago, so credit to the likes of Shadowwen and Jackie GG, who've joined in with the likes of Trays and MZ and Azer. But they do still have a bit to go if they're going to really make a massive difference on the PUBG Mobile stage in future tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's not get carried away. Yeah, it's the best of 5 effectively, which in PUBG terms,
in normal terms,
is very little. I mean, that's just a day's games, but you know what? That's how they've been playing the tournaments all the way through. Obviously, it's always been 5 games I think it's every 2 days. There was a lot of matches.
Yeah.
There was a lot of matches.
There was a lot.
So if you're just joining us and thinking, oh, we just got at 16 teams, no, these guys have been through a hell of a lot of matches just to be here in this finals. I think it's like 50 matches or something insane like that. But honestly, solid work from GMT. We are trying to see if we can maybe pull an interview from one of the players. I do know they're Russian, so I don't know about you. My Russian's not that great, so you know, their English might not be great. So we'll see if it can work out. Yeah, that's about the stretch of it. And Nostrovia. That's I can't have too much more.
Just really good from GMT. The fact that they just came in game after game and controlled so many of those circles. It's a kind of thing where you have a certain play style, and yes, you need to be variable with how you execute that play style based on the circle shift. But when you use that play style to your advantage and execute it wonderfully by being aggressive, being proactive, knowing that what is going to be in front of you are teams waiting to take you out, GMT had so many situations where they did not give their opponents any time to think. And I mean any time to think. And that timing was imperative to them executing game after game without a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I would have loved to have heard the comms after the Destiny play. They got so surprised, so caught out, and yet they still turned it in their favor. Let's have a look at the leaderboard for confirmation, of course. We know that GMT certainly coming out on top. Look at that, 88 points. Team 12-18, 2 chicken dinners, both on Miramar, 59 points for them. They end up second place. Let's not forget the money counts down. And look how close it really was, 59, 57, 56. So, you know, from second down to fourth, very tight indeed. And O1D and Bs getting caught up and actually going down. 7 points for them, the placement points putting them on top there. Unicorns of Love and La Familia rounding out. So Unicorns of Love just didn't really turn up as they would like today. The 2 tip tops at 9th and 10th, 33 and 30 for those. Tip Top Esports, all about the kills for them. But then X9, OP Devils, Alien Side, 19 kills, but just 4 placement points is all they managed. They certainly know how to get the kills, but unfortunately couldn't get much else. Destiny in the end, they went down 14th. Hydra, big surprise for me, at the bottom of the table in 15th.
Man, Tip Top's, sorry, not Tip Top, but GMT's average points per game was 17.6. 17.6 points per game without a chicken dinner.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. That is super impressive. It is kind of pretty magical, to be honest.
42 kill points. 42 kills. That's,
well,
I mean, bearing in
46
mind,
placements.
Yeah, 46 placements, 42 kills. The closest to them is Team 128, obviously second, with 28 kills. So they had a lot more kills. And yes, they racked up 16 in that final game, but, you know, it wasn't just that game that got them there.
No, not at all. And it's not like 12-18 were shy of taking fights across the 5 games, right? They won both Miramars. That still, you know, requires some form of control. So they fully deserve that second place. They just missed the mark. And Godsend, I was way more impressed with Godsend than I was expecting to be coming into this. I know they've struggled between the PMCO, CIS, between tournaments here, there, and everywhere, but they look a much better team in this kind of lobby, at least. For Unicorns of Love, to me, they're not playing as a team. They look like 4 very, very good players playing in the same team, but they don't look like an actual team. And that worries me coming into their future tournaments on how they're going to perform. So I hope that improves. Maybe it's a communication, maybe it's just synergy. Whatever it is, you're going to need to get it sorted.
Absolutely. That wraps us up, ladies and gentlemen, here at the ESL Mobile Open for PUBG in the fall. It's not all for the PUBG Mobile, of course. Join yourself in with, obviously, Imperium for the PMPL and leading up to the PMGC as well, and see how the year will run out for some of these teams. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the hard-working Aussies over in Australia, still in lockdown, unfortunately, that have been running the production for us all day. And thank you to my internet provider for being terrible today. Good night, enjoy, I'll see you next time.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level